Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. The scenario is the Saturnine Chalice. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, and it's included in a collection called Deadlight and Other Dark Turns. I'm the game master, and this is a long one-shot. It is also our 6th version. That being said, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Our story begins in a breakfast diner on the edge of town. It's springtime in Arkham, and your semester break is drawing to a close. It's chilly this morning, but the winter snow has finally melted from all the shady spots in town. You and your colleagues have decided to travel to Ottawa, Canada, for a symposium that you have some interest in. It's titled Ancient Civilizations and Their Understanding of Time and Space. Rumor has it that Niels Bohr himself will be attending. Your plan is to arrive a day early and have a look around. What would you like to do? You're probably having breakfast before you leave. Can I get anybody more coffee?
Yeah, I could use one.
Over here, darling.
Yeah, for this drive, we'll need one. Thank you.
There you go. So you folks look kind of important. You all look like college professors or something.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
In fact, we are.
Yeah, most of us didn't ever want to grow up, so we just stayed in school. That way you put off life responsibilities. And then through a mouthful of pancakes, Professor Mike Huffman pulls out a small geographic map of the area around Ottawa, Canada, and is pointing out with sort of slightly syrupy fingers the different lakes and parks around the area that we should check out in and around the given area, not really talking about the conference much at all.
Dr. Gamble will get up and go over behind Dr. Huffman's shoulder and say, where are the golf courses?
Oh, they got those. They got those right over here. But I'm telling you, you want to get over by this open lake. They have plenty of lakes and natural parks around. Really, really great stuff. Oh, this is good
really?
golf.
Oh, it looks like I might have time for a swim. It's great.
It's springtime and the snow just melted.
He gives a very, you can if you want to look about.
It's the Polar Bear Club. You've never heard of that? No one's heard of that before?
Oh, yeah. I hear people in Norway, they used to put their kids in like little hollow out things of ice. They would leave them sitting in there just to get used to the cold for a while. It's about socialization, rite of passage. Well, I guess it's kind of like that, except you just really love swimming.
Pretty sure that what you just described was abuse, but, culture is culture, I guess.
Yeah, you'd know more about that than I would.
My dissertation director, Dr. Franz Boas, loved Canada. He had done research elsewhere, went to Canada, fell in love with the Inuit languages, and that's when I met him and studied under him. He did a lot of field work with the indigenous cultures in Canada. I can't wait to see on the spot where he's worked.
He was always interested. I never got a chance to meet him. I'm definitely envious of you for that. And the stuff we've gone over about that language is extremely interesting in how it diverged from some of the other Inuit tribes in that area. It's almost separate altogether.
Yes, yeah, I'll be glad to share my notes. I took one class on the Inuit language with him. I'll be glad to share my notes with you.
So once you guys are all ready and you've packed up the car, it's a big old town car. Technically, it seats 7 or 8 people, but of course, you've got 5 of you plus luggage. Whose car is it?
So that would be Mike's car.
Okay.
He often talks about his wife and kids. However, anyone that knows him knows that his kids are 2 adopted Labradors and a Golden Retriever. So as he opens the door for people to walk in, there's just a gentle breeze of hair that comes wafting out, scattered on the wind. It's like, that's okay, you can lay them right if you want, but don't worry about it. They're fine. Cleaned up. I got most of the toys.
Dr. Flint kind of slides into the car and he looks on the back of his suit and he starts to feel like a human lint roller.
Oh, yes. I hope you were wearing a tan suit because it is now.
So everybody gets in and you start on the road. Your basic direction is going to be you're going to drive north up into New Hampshire. Eventually, actually, no, you're not. You're going to drive across Massachusetts. You're going to go to Worcester and Springfield and then up towards Albany, New York, and then start your way up towards Montreal and then eventually to Ottawa. You find, however, that as you are going after a couple of hours of drive, there is a great deal of road construction, and there are cars backed up. It's unpleasant. You eventually get off the freeway or the main road, and looking at your map, you plot yourself out a back roads way to get up into Canada from here. You travel for another couple of hours, and you find yourself on a fairly quiet road. You haven't seen any other cars. You've gone through a small little town called Haven. Maybe you stopped for gasoline. Maybe you guys got some drinks or snacks. And you've been traveling now for another hour outside of Haven. You haven't seen any other cars. Nathan, Dr. Huffman, do a drive roll.
Okay. That is a 23 under 35.
Okay. As you're driving, your engine sputters for a moment, and you begin to panic. You've had difficulties with the car before. It sputters, but then it continues. You're just about the time you've decided that you're not going to worry about it, it sputters again, and you can hear the engine struggling. It comes to a halt, but you don't go off the road. Unless you go a little off the road because your car is stopping.
Yeah, I think at that, stop pressing on the gas and just sort of let it coast into the side of the road. And sorry, everyone. It's, thought this old girl could have a few more trips in her before we had to trade her in.
In general, where you are is you can see the road going off in the distance in one direction and in the other. But like in a lot of New England, there's a lot of trees on either side, woods. You haven't seen any habitations or anything for a while. And you know that the walk back to Haven would take an hour and a half if you had to walk it. We'll say it's about 2 in the afternoon by this time.
If it's okay with everyone, I will say that Myrna was sitting in the passenger seat, and she looks like reading her book, and she looks supremely annoyed and turns, Dr. Huffman, what is going on?
Well, gosh, I swear, if you happen to know a thing about cars, I only know about driving them. I can't fix the darn things. That's what we hire mechanics for. Anybody know what side of a wrench to use? Or what a wrench looks like?
Dr. Welsh, do a spot hidden for me.
Mm-hmm. 36 under... Sorry. 36 under 50.
Okay. As Dr. Huffman says that, you look at the dashboard and the car is sitting on empty, the gas tank.
Dr. Flint will kind of wake up and says, you seriously didn't fill up before you picked us up?
What? No, what are you talking about? What are you... And I'm assuming from his stature, he has loads of photos of his wife and their dogs all over the dashboard. And he sort of inches one out of the way to now see the empty gas gauge. And, well, why didn't anybody remind me? Come on. Like, this is a team effort. We're collaborators let's work together, not point fingers.
It's your car, and you're a college professor. I assumed you had the presence of mind to fill up your gas tank.
Well, within this car, we have more degrees than half the universities on this side of the United States. Come on, let's not point fingers here.
I'm taking you off as lead author on the next paper.
Now, don't you dare. I will accept nothing less than second author. That is my data, and I will not stand for it.
It's your data, but is it your work?
Why do you think we're on tenure track?
So what would you like to do?
Apparently argue a lot about who gets to be lead author.
Yeah.
I
think we're really good at arguing.
Henry will get out of the car and just say, like, Mike, come on. And can I scan around to see if there's any sort of, like, sign of life anywhere?
Sure.
Okay. That's 62 and my spot hidden 70.
Okay. So you step out of the car. You cross the road. So to describe the road, it looks like a fairly well-maintained gravel road. It's not asphalt, but it doesn't have big nasty ruts in the middle of it. On either side of the road, there is dead grass, probably from over the winter. Some of it's mashed down, some of it's up, but there are little bits and pieces of green that are pushing their way up through the soil. It's springtime. There are trees on either side. Some of them, a lot of oak and dogwood and things like that. So it's a fairly pretty area, but most of them don't have leaves yet. They're just spidery, lifting up in the air.
Are there fences?
You haven't seen a fence, but as Dr. Henry is looking down the road, you think you see the beginnings of a fence. In fact, it's not just a fence, it's more of a wall. It looks like there's, like a couple of pillars, maybe 10 feet tall, and maybe something over it, like the entrance to a property.
Hey, anybody interested in coming with me over there?
Sure, I think we should think of this as a new exercise, as framing and reframing the issues. And this is a chance for all of us to stretch our legs. We've been going on this gravel road for hours now. I'm excited to go take a walk. Lord knows I need more of it. And so, Mike will start unpacking a suitcase and 2 old, well-used fishing rods, just on the off chance. And it's like, come on, let's not worry about bickering so much about who didn't fill up which car.
Yeah, Dr. Flynn, he'll grab his overcoat and, just put it over his shoulder because he doesn't think he needs it just yet, but just in case. And just like, yeah, it's better than just sitting here and freezing to death. Let's just figure out what's down the road.
All right.
Okay.
Sure.
So you get out of the car and you walk down the road. And as you come, you see that there is some sort of an estate. It's got block walls all the way around it, probably just 6 feet high. There are the remnants of like rose bushes and things like that are planted near it. Though right now it's just spidery. It's just sticks. There is an arch going over the center of a gate, and in the center of each gate is a W, and on the little archway above it says Wayland, Weyland, and you can see that the road goes in and then branches, and there's a big house in the middle and some other stuff. You can't, from where you are outside the gate, you can't really get a good look at it.
As long as it doesn't say Wayland Yutani, we're fine.
We don't know what that is yet, but these might be those people.
I was just typing in chat. Nobody go near any eggs.
I was about to say that. So
what would you like to do? The gate is not locked.
Okay, I'll walk through the gate and I'll make my way to any sort of door and.
Okay, well, we'll get there. So you walk in, and this is kind of the layout that you see. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
So you're at the bottom, and you can see that there's a circular road with a house in the middle, and it looks like there are some outbuildings. At a glance, it looks like the one over on the left-hand side is like a barn, kind of a low barn. On the right side, you can see what looks like a little mausoleum sort of looking thing. And you can't really see it from here because of the house in the way, but that's a well that's in the back. What would you like to do?
So
it's probably a good 300 feet to get to the house from where you are.
So when I'm looking at the house, do I see any lights in the window or any steam or smoke coming from the chimney?
You don't see anything like that, no.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, the yard looks fairly well maintained. There are bushes and the grass is clipped, and it doesn't have anything growing right now like flowers, but it probably would in the normal, later on in the spring. All right, so you go walking up towards the house, and as you do, you begin to realize that the house is kind of, it's multi-layered. It's a bottom story, the top story, and then like a cupola in the top of the house. The sky starts to get dark as you're approaching, and I assume you're all walking with her up there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is what it looks like as you're approaching. As you approach, I would like you to do spot hiddens. Now, Dr. Welch might be too angry to pay that close of attention, but...
Oh, no,
that's okay. I failed anyway.
86 on a 50. No way. I'm too busy digging in my bag for my
45
my flask.
68 under 70.
Okay. Those of you who passed, you suddenly sort of stop dead in your tracks as you realize that there's someone in the window on the there's the door in the middle, but there's somebody in the window staring at you from the window. They seem rather pale. It's a man, and he's not doing anything. He's not moving. He's just staring at you. Did you all just get regular passes?
Yes.
Mike would be a little startled, and after a second's hesitation, he would quickly raise his right arm up in the big "hey" wave, at dropping everything that he had sort of sandwiched under his arm.
Yeah. Person doesn't react.
Maybe he doesn't understand you, so I'll start going through the languages I know, because I know sometimes some of these rural areas they don't always speak English, because they're immigrants. So I'll start going through languages, seeing if he will respond.
Right, I'll toss out some Sumerian.
You
I'll look. I just give you a look.
Marion still waved at each other. Goodness.
You step forward to get to do that, and that's when you realize that it's a statue. It's a bust on a pedestal. Wyatt's looking out the window.
Well, back in El Paso, we used to buy these little owls with a bobblehead that would keep the snakes away. So maybe it's like that for very dumb criminals.
I'll trace the eye line of the bust and see what it is he's looking at, if there's anything out there.
It just seems like he's looking, just right. Randomly.
And this is the first story window? The crown
Correct.
door?
Yeah, this is right there next to the door as you're going up.
Oof, that statue scared the bejesus out of me. Do you think anyone's
All right,
actually home?
I'm going to try the front door.
Okay.
We've
you
knocked, right? We've yelled.
Well, this is just before you've knocked.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You would have seen that. You go up and you knock on the door. And there's a moment before you hear somebody inside saying, "Oh, just a moment. I'll be with you." And you hear some scraping and some odd metallic sort of noises from the other side of the door. And you hear a voice say, "Oh dear. Would you mind? You can open the door. It's not locked."
I will do so. I'm assuming I'm in front, so not.
You open the door, and what you are looking into is a hallway going into the house. There is a large chandelier hanging up in the entranceway, and there is a man dressed like a butler. He is an older gentleman, and he is on a ladder trying to screw in a new bulb to the thing. This is what he looks like. He says, "Oh, you must be the guests. I'll be with you in a minute. Please, make yourselves at home. Come inside. My name is Jeremy Linwood."
I think you're mistaken. Our car we just ran out of gas on the road. We decided to walk over here.
Oh, what's that? And he finishes putting the light bulb in, and he climbs down the ladder, and he reaches over to a light switch and flips it on. The light comes on, and he says, we were just getting ready for the party. You said you had car trouble."
Yeah, if we could get like a can of gas, we could pay you for your trouble. We don't want to impose. We just, kind of want to be on our way.
I'm not sure I understand. You're not here for the party. You're not guests of the Whalens?
No, we are.
Do you have a guest? Do you have a guest list?
Well, no, it's just the usual people coming. They're coming for tonight's celebration. Please, it's chilly outside. Please come inside. I will inform Mr. Wayland that you're here. You say you've run out of gas. We might be able to help you. Perhaps there's some in the Duesenberg or out in the car garage.
Or even if you had a bicycle, one of us could ride to the gas station we were just at a little while ago, get gas, bring back to the car.
Oh, all the way to Haven. That's quite a. But we order our groceries from Haven. We could call Haven and have them bring some gas.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
I sorely doubt your guests are going to walk all the way out here, so I'm not too proud to panhandle a little bit. If we can just get a spare wine glass full of gasoline just to get us to town.
Well, please come in while you wait. I'll put you in the parlor here. So he brings you in. I would like you all to do spot hiddens once again.
I'm useless tonight.
Regular success, 49.
Regular success, 40 under 50.
Okay.
Hard success.
A hard success.
No, actually, sorry, it's a regular success.
Okay.
It's 7. No, it is hard. Sorry, it's extreme. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Oh, you're at extreme. That's
Extreme.
excellent. Okay, well, in that case, you all move forward with the butler, and he's going to take you to the parlor, which happens to be that room that statue was in. However, there's a moment that Myrna stops in her tracks, and she waits for a few moments before following you in, and she does so looking back at the chandelier. I'm going to type to Myrna what she sees, and she can decide what to say. So you step into this room. It's a very lovely little parlor. The odd thing is that statue is turned so that it's staring out the window. There is there's some comfortable seating. There's a table in the center of the room, with a couple of books on it. There are paintings on the wall, a rather large one of a gentleman in a suit, who you might assume might be it's the kind of picture you'd expect it to be the guy who owns the place. And the butler says, Mr. Linwood says, I'll get my wife to come in and get you some refreshments, and I'll go inform Mr. Wayland about the situation.
Perhaps we should speak to Mr. Wayland.
Well, he's very busy right now. He's preparing for tonight's event, but I'm sure he'll come down and see you in a while. He and his daughter are preparing.
Please inform him that we would greatly love to see him.
Of course I will. Yes. And you hear him call out someone's name, woman's name, Rosemary, as he goes out. And you think you hear him having a conversation for a moment in the hallway, and a woman dressed as a housekeeper, she comes around and she says, "Hello, my name is Rosemary. My husband said that I should get you something to drink, some refreshments. What would you prefer? Coffee, tea, water?"
I hate to impose. Just water for me.
Water is fine.
Yes. Some water would be lovely.
And you, ma'am?
Water.
Sir?
I could use a coffee.
All right. I'll be back in a few moments. And she leaves. And you guys are alone in the room. What would you like to do?
Numerous exclamations such as, "Oh, wow," and "Gee whiz," are muttered as Mike is sort of circling the room, touching everything. That he takes the statue and wriggles it a little bit just to see, I don't know, how heavy it is.
It is extremely heavy, which surprises you.
I'll glance
But you're,
at
of course, looking at the back of it. So.
Yeah. I think he'll take a look at the coffee table books, just trying to keep busy.
Okay. One of the books seems to be a somewhat scholarly work on the differentiation in classic Christian mythology of types of angels. Something you may have run across at Miskatonic. Not a particularly unusual book.
Are there other doors?
Not in this room. There is a fireplace, which is burning brightly, and but the only other way would be to go back into the hallway, and you could continue through the house.
Gotcha.
Hey, Mike, do you mind if I look at that book? Just to pass the time.
Sure. Not really my cup of tea or coffee for you guys.
I just flipped through it.
No, it's as I say, it's exactly what it seems to be, some sort of scholarly work, differentiating the different ranks of angels, archangels, thrones, dominions, principalities, powers, etc.
Yeah, John Milton, Paradise Lost, cares a lot about this sort of stuff.
Oh, can I see that?
Sure.
I'd like to look through as well. Do I get anything more out of it?
Not really.
Yeah. Okay, it's interesting.
Mike, we're going to be laughing about this eventually. I already forgive you.
Well,
Mike, what are you doing with the statue? You just fiddled with it for a second?
Yeah, I'm just imagining him sort of wandering around, But I think after just seeing the book, not really interested in that, he would go around to the statue, sort of hunch down in front of it, just take a look at it. Seems heavy, made of stone.
When you look at it, well, the odd thing is it doesn't seem to be made of stone. You think that it might be made out of something else. If it's stone, it's very heavy stone, but it has been, I don't know, shellacked or painted with white to make it look like marble. It's very obvious when you look at it that it matches the painting. It's the same man, so it's Wayland. But you notice that there's something scratched into the bow tie that the necktie that the thing is wearing, and it looks like this.
Is that CM? Maybe his initials? Hey, y'all, come here and look at this. His Texan accent is slipping out.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take a look at it and see if I can make anything of it. Do I recognize anything like that before? Have I seen it?
Well, first I'll ask any of you, do you recognize it? Do an occult roll if you've got any occult.
I've got a bit of a cold. I'm changing dice.
Mike has some, but he may just think it's a cattle brand.
I got a 46 and my occult is 65.
That's pretty good.
I got a 57 and my occult is 60. It's 60 something. I'm sorry, I can't say right now.
85 under 35, so yeah, it's a fail.
Okay. So who got the good one? I'm sorry, was that?
I got a normal success.
Okay.
I also got a normal success.
Anybody got better than normal? Okay. So we'll say Dr. Vaughn. He looks at it, and he remembers reading something about it. Aleister Crowley came up with a kind of system for creating magical symbols, and it kind of looks like that sort of magical symbol. As you recall, it has a lot to do with magic squares. And for those of you who don't know what a magic square is, it's a square wherein you write 1 through 9, and all of the numbers in all of the directions add up to the same number. It's considered by some to be magical. There's a way of creating sigils based on the magic square, and then there's different magic squares for different things. You look over and you do notice that there is a book by Aleister Crowley on a shelf nearby.
I'll just walk over to it casually, and I want to mention to the group as I'm walking there, not in a loud voice, but just saying, I think this is actually that author right there. And I take a look at it and see if I can find any parallels in it to what I'm looking at on the statue.
Well, he lists various elements, various planets, things like that. And based on Dr. Huffman's observation that it's an incredibly heavy statue, one of the magic squares, and the magic squares are called Camilla in his book, the Camilla for the planet Saturn is also the Camilla for the substance lead.
Did Mike mention that it was so heavy, or have I made that up? Have I?
He probably did while he was fiddling with it. Mentioned that it weighs way too much.
So that symbol actually it has to do with the element or the material of lead. I wonder if that's what that thing is made of.
So looking at the book, you find that this is the Camilla or lead, and the way that it's properly drawn out. there's the square at the top, and then there is a guide at the bottom for the letters of the alphabet. If, in order to, according to the theory in the book, what you would do is if you wanted a magical phrase or a magical word, you would draw lines on this that would correspond to what you wanted. And here's another example, like this. So on the Camilla for Saturn, the word wet would be drawn 552. So the circle's where the Camilla starts. The second letter is also on 5 and then 2. So you can see it's 552. Does that make sense? Okay. This is what is on the statue. You may try to. That's why you need the paper.
Oh, so the circle is the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the first letter is a 6, which would be either an F, an O, or an X. And now we'll see how long it takes you.
And I'll share this with the group, the findings. So.
Right. You're probably all sort of working on it because
Right.
you're explaining this to them.
Why couldn't people just stick with crosswords? They're hard enough. Is it obstacle?
Obstacle. Correct.
Very good.
About this time, the butler comes back, and he says, "Mr. Wayland will be down in a few minutes." Jeremiah, I keep forgetting what his name is. Jeremiah says that Mr. Wayland will be down in a few minutes, and until then, please make yourselves at home. My wife is bringing some beverages, and forgive me if I'm in and out. My wife is cooking, and I'm getting ready for the party tonight.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Do you need any help with it? I feel bad. You're on a ladder by yourself.
No. You're here. Although you said that. I mean, he gave me an approval. If you need gasoline, we could try out in the garage. We have an old Duesenberg. See, we don't travel much into the town anymore. We're kind of sentient. We just stay here, or sedentary, not sentient. Sedentary.
That too.
I can check there. We can phone the general store or the general store back in Haven, if you'd like.
I think it might be best if you were to give us gasoline or a way to return to Haven.
All right.
We really have to be on our way.
Well,
All
I got
right.
us into this mess. I'll go check out the garage.
I
I'm sorry.
would like to step forward and put my hand on Mike's arm and, I don't know, suddenly hold him back a little bit. I don't know how he's going to react to that.
Oh, well, all right. I got it. Just thought I'd try and get us out of the mess I got us in.
I think it would be best if Jeremy, you said your name was, or Jeremiah?
Jeremiah.
Yes, if Jeremiah could go procure for us.
All right. Well, I'll go
Someone's
check the garage,
Thank you.
and you can all wait here. And so he turns around and he leaves. And you hear him go down the hall and out the front door.
And at that point, I would like to turn to Mike and say, I don't think we should stay here. I don't think there's a party going on. The chandelier, did you notice that the chandelier that Jeremiah was fixing the light on is not actually plugged into the ceiling?
Oh, well, it's got to be hanging from something. They can have wires.
Well, it could be hanging from something, but there was loose wiring around it. I think that this house has been falling apart, and perhaps Jeremiah just doesn't want to admit it, and there's not actually going to be a party here.
Well, maybe, but shouldn't that just be all the more reason to go and get gas so we can get the heck out of here?
Who
Well,
wants
we
to
could get gas.
Who wants to volunteer to go upstairs and talk to Mr. Whalen.
I could do it.
Yeah, I'll speak with him.
I'll come with you. Yes.
All right. So the two of you leave the parlor, and just as you are stepping into the hall and moving, you can see that the hallway goes down and then the stairs go up to the second floor. There is a rather handsome gentleman coming down the stairs dressed in a suit. And he comes forward to where you are and he says, "Oh, hello. I'm August Wayland. Jeremiah was telling me that you've had some car trouble."
Yeah, we ran out of gas on the road, and luckily it wasn't too far away from here. So we just made our way here and see if we could get some generosity, and we found it.
Of course. Jeremiah, he yells out. I don't know where he's gotten himself off to now.
Oh, we asked him to go to the garage to see if there was any gas out there. He's
Right,
been
well,
so very helpful. He really is
Yes,
a
he's a very-
wonderful butler.
He's been with the family for a long time. Where are you all from?
Arkham, Miskatonic.
We are professors at Miskatonic University in Arkham.
Oh,
Massachusetts.
you're quite a long ways from there.
Yeah. We are traveling to Ottawa, I believe, right? Yes. For a conference.
Well, you've come here on a rather important day. My daughter, we're having a little bit of a celebration. Her last, for perhaps 18 months. She's about to begin a religious ritual. I don't know if you're familiar with the Abermalin Operation. Does it mean anything to you?
Gesundheit.
It's an old piece of literature, perhaps.
Do I recognize that word?
Yeah, can I roll to see?
You can do either history or occult.
Okay.
And while they're doing
Yes, I made a roll.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a spitting image of the painting and statue is this guy?
Pretty close.
Yeah, 47 under 70 for history.
And Mr. Huffman, do a spot hidden.
Okay. That is almost a hard success. 48 out of 70.
Okay. And he doesn't look much different than the photograph. I mean, than the painting.
He had a twin brother bronzed.
Miskatonic University professors are always thinking crazy things.
Such a riot.
He says, those of you who did understand that, the Abermalin Operation, there was a famous, I guess you call him a famous, like Merlin or somebody like that, supposedly a great mystic wizard named Abermalin. And he wrote a number of things, but one thing that he wrote was called the Abermalin Operation. And it's supposedly a list of things that you have to do in preparation to purify yourself, prayers that you say, and supposedly you should be able to contact your guardian angel as a result. It's a very long and involved process, but people who are into the occult sometimes do it. He says, yes, she's about to begin tomorrow the Abermalin Operation, and she's been preparing already for 6 months. So we're going to do a little celebration before she begins, because she has to sequester herself for 18 months.
Did he say how old she was?
25.
Oh, where did your daughter go to university?
She actually did attend Miskatonic for a while.
Very nice, very nice.
Oh, would I have recognized her? That, Psych 101 is one of the mandatory classes that I still got to teach, even though I bring my own funding.
I have no idea. Veronica Wayland. It doesn't sound familiar.
Okay.
Do I recognize that name at all? Or do I
probably not? Yeah,
okay.
It's just a name.
Yeah.
Anyways, he says you're here now. Some of my guests will be arriving this evening. Please make yourself at home, enjoy our hospitality, and we'll try to get you that gasoline so that you can be on your way.
Thank you for taking time out to come speak with us. I know you're very busy right now.
He says, as I say, make yourself at home. My daughter is upstairs in her rooms in preparation. Please don't bother her. So I say she's been preparing for 6 months, so we're all complying with everything that she's asked. Wouldn't want to ruin 6 months of preparation.
We really appreciate your hospitality. We'll be sure not to overstep our boundaries here.
All right. He at some point, Rosemary comes back into the room. She brings you your water, your coffee, and you guys can make yourselves at home. There are ashtrays if you smoke, or it's back in the day when nobody cared if you smoked in the house.
Finally found my flask. Found my flask. I'll take a sip, pass it around, offer it to everyone.
What would you like to do? Do you figure that the butler will be back soon?
Well, I mean, he said make ourselves at home. Is there like a library we could see, or there's like that one room that his daughter is in that we're supposed to avoid? Right, that's upstairs. You were out in the hall. You can see that the room next to the parlor does look like a library. It's a passage. It's not a door. It's just a door frame. You can see that there are books in there, and there are more comfortable furniture. Also, another fire going in the fireplace.
Okay, I would like to go over to the library. I'll go over with Eldridge, I guess.
Okay,
I'll go.
So go ahead.
You said you didn't need to go outside to smoke, but I might look to my my fellow professors and say, I'm going to step outside, just get some fresh air and get a little smoke in. Do you mind if I do that?
No, by all means. I
right
get fresh air.
Sounds like we just meet us in the library when you're done.
All right.
So those of you who go into the library, it's an extensive library. You can see books all the way to the ceiling. There's the fire going in the fireplace. There's a large lectern in the shape of an eagle, with its wings spread out with where the book would sit on top of it. There's a book on top of it, a big book. There are a number of interesting paintings on the wall. There is directly over the fireplace, there is a picture, a painting, once again, of Augustus Wayland and his wife. You assume his wife. She is a dark-haired woman. She's dressed in a very elegant, and they're holding each other in a way that would indicate that they were married. There is a picture to one side of the two of them and a little girl that was painted. There's an array of paintings that look like family paintings, not photos, but paintings. Assuming that the little girl back then would be Veronica. There's also a very interesting woodcut in a frame. And the woodcut, let's see, let me find it. The woodcut looks like this.
Cool and Nor.
Does that look Doesn't that look like?
Augustus or the butler?
Not necessarily, but
I personally had seen this, and I feel like Sally would probably recognize this as well. She's got an occult of 45. So
yeah, you think that might be Abermalin, the magician. You look over and you notice on the table in this room, there is a book. It's written, there's words on the front that are in German, and there is what looks like a magic square, but with letters in it. Do you want to go take a look at that?
I'll walk over to the book and flip a few pages.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll go look at the book on the lectern.
Okay.
Those are separate books?
Yeah, separate books. Let's do the lectern really quick first. Okay. You find that it is a large Bible.
Family Bible?
And there are a number of not bookmarks, but like the ribbons that are in place. The first one looks like this, is open to this passage.
Genesis chapter 3, I can't remember how this goes. 22, and the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. It's Genesis 3, 22 through 24.
The other passage that's there is this one.
Ezekiel, this is Ezekiel, the various passages from chapter 1, lines 4 through... No, they're sequential, lines 4 through 12. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it. And out of the midst thereof is the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings on their 4 sides, and they 4 had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined to one another. They turned not when they went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man and the face of a lion on the right side. And they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of every one were joined to one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward. Whither the Spirit was to go, they went, and they turned not when they went.
The book on the table, you pick it up and you start to look through it. There's 2 things with this. One is I'm going to give you like a summary of what's in the book. Not that you're reading it, because it's like this, but this is kind of a summary of what you remember from college and so forth.
Every PhD is an expert skimmer.
Exactly.
That book in like 5 minutes flat.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Welch, if you wanted to read that.
Okay. The book of
Abermalin
is a 15th century grimoire written by Abraham Worms, born 1592, died, 1392, died circa 1458, a Jew from Worms, Germany. The focus of the book is long and complex ritual known as the Abermalin Operation, named after Abermalin mage who taught it to Abraham. It allows magicians to contact their holy guardian angel. There are numerous benefits from knowledge and conversation with one's holy guardian angel, Initially, this allows the magician to summon and bind a myriad of demons so they can no longer have a negative influence upon the magician's life. Following this, the magician has the ability to use a number of magic squares in the book, giving them access to a wide range of powers, for example, premonition, transmogrification, flight, invisibility, conjuration, etc. The text advises these powers are only to be used when there is a true need for them. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abermalin Mage is divided into 3 books. Book 1 is a letter from Abermalin Abraham to his son Lamech, explaining that the knowledge imparted in this collection will be his inheritance. Abraham then outlines the quest he undertook to obtain the variable and sacred magic that has been passed down through the ages and ultimately to him by Abermalin Mage. Book 2 contains the very detailed and complex instructions on how to perform the Abermalin Operation. This involves months of prayer and studying of religious texts in a precisely constructed environment before the magician's holy guardian angel will appear. After this, the magician summons and binds the demons of hell. Book 3 contains a large number of magic squares and explains the powers that each one grants. They can only be used once the magician has communed with their holy guardian angel. Its systematic and scientific-like approach to magic make the book popular with occultists of the period, but it has also developed a reputation as being dangerous. Because it is detailed here how to bind demons, some believed that dark forces desired this knowledge to be suppressed, and it therefore put owners of the book in danger.
And there's the cover. Oh, does anyone know Latin? You can do a roll.
Okay.
I will do that now.
May I wander back in from my smoke break?
We'll get to your smoke breaking.
Okay, got it.
Are we doing the thing where we can
Oh, that is a
nudge?
hard success. A 25 under 75.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll just let.
What was your question, though, Emma?
Oh, are we doing the thing where we can use luck to nudge? Like I got a 32 and I have a 30.
You can use luck to do just about anything. Yes, you can spend it.
So like a wonder.
There are things that you can't use it for, but you can't change sanity rolls or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm not going to in this case.
Right. So Eldridge, you're looking at that, and the Latin Sator Repo Tenet Opera Rotas. It's a very, very interesting phrase. You also notice that it's in all directions. You realize that sort of the way the phrase is constructed, it's almost something that you'd have to study for a while to figure out exactly how to put it into English. But the closest you can come is the farmer knows how to plow his fields correctly. That's probably the closest that you can come to it. It seems nonsensical, but because you're thinking in Latin, there's something profoundly almost disturbing about such a phrase. And of course, the fact that it works out perfectly in the square. I would like everybody else, people who aren't looking at books. Oh, wait, let's go to Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry, you step out onto the front porch and you're smoking. And from where you are, you can see over towards the side of the property where the barn is. And after just a couple of seconds looking over there, you notice the door on the barn opens, a regular looking door on the barn opens, and Jeremiah steps out, and he's sort of dusting off himself, his suit, but he doesn't have a can or anything like that as he's stepping out. He turns back around and he closes the door on the barn, And when he does, there's something towards the back of the barn. You're not sure at first what it is, but it looks an awful lot like a woman dressed in rags and sort of hunched over. When Henry takes a couple of steps away from the barn, she suddenly comes running out to where he is and leaps into the air and hits him square in the back. He falls to the ground, and you see her on top of him sort of doing this, and you're pretty sure you see some splatters of blood as this is happening. What do you do?
I want to. How far away am I from my fellow professors?
Well, they're inside, so maybe 20 feet is all.
Oh, 20 feet.
Yeah. You just have to go back in the door and down the hall a little bit.
So I'm seeing this on. Is the room they're in? Does it have like a window I could knock on, or?
Yeah, maybe around the house a little bit. Yeah.
I'm going to knock on that window so that they can get a look at what's going on, and then I want to run towards this violence.
Okay. So in order to go to that window, you'll lose sight of the barn because you're around the front end of the house.
Only briefly.
Only briefly. Only for a moment.
Yeah, I'm still good with.
You run over to the window. When you look inside, you can see they're reading something. You knock on the window. All of you guys hear him knock on the window and see he looks like he's in distress. You can hear them inside. They can hear you outside if you want to say anything.
There's some sort of violence. Someone's being attacked. I run towards the man being attacked.
Okay. What do you guys want to do inside when he says that?
I'll run and join him.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are going to move back through the house towards the front door. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Vaughn, you leave them at the window and you turn around and start to move back towards the porch just as Jeremiah comes back around the side of the house, still dusting himself off. And he says, "Oh, hello, sir. I'm sorry, I couldn't find any gasoline. The tank was dry on the Duesenberg." And he steps up to you smiling. "Is everything all right, sir? You look white as a ghost."
Did you just came from the barn, right?
Yes, just a moment ago.
I saw you were tackled. You were tackled by a woman. I saw blood.
I'm perfectly fine, sir. Are you all right? Perhaps you should come inside and sit down for a bit. Dr. Vaughn, do a sanity roll. And everybody else suddenly comes rushing to the front door and opens it, and you find Dr. Vaughn and Henry, or Jeremiah, on the front porch.
I thought you said someone was being attacked.
I got a 58 on the roll, and my sanity's 55.
Okay. Just take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
You're shaken up a little bit. You don't understand what's happened.
I'm deeply embarrassed, and as my colleagues walk up to me, I don't even know what to say. I don't know. I don't know how to say this. I suppose I'm mistaken. I don't think there's.
Well, says in any case, I wasn't able to find any gasoline in the barn. We have an old Duesenberg, but as I told you earlier, we don't usually go into town, and it's bone dry.
Have you called
I haven't yet.
haven.
If you'd like,
if you'd be so good as to do that before it gets too late and they close for the evening, we'd very much appreciate it.
Of course.
Might I accompany you as you call them and get the phone number in case we might need it down the road?
Oh, of course, of course.
I'll do that.
There's a phone just down the hallway here.
Okay.
So he kind of looks back at Henry with a queer look on his eye, like. And as he steps past Dr. Huffman, he just sort of quietly says, "I think your friend might need to lie down for a bit." Right this way, ma'am.
That's why I don't use those filterless cigarettes. I need a tool for that keeps him healthy.
Yeah, Dr. Flint will walk up to Dr. Vaughn and put his hand on his shoulders, like, "Are you okay? I mean, you seem really convinced. Like, you're not holding out on this, are you?"
I'm fine. I think it might have just been nervousness. This situation is stressful for us all.
Yeah, it's a creepy old house in creepy woods. I get that. Just try to calm down, relax a little bit. We'll be fine.
If I just make a furtive glance towards that direction, is there no scene of a struggle that I can pick up on the ground?
None at all.
Okay, I give in to that it was some hallucination, and then I follow Eldridge just back in.
Okay. And I assume you're going back towards the library?
Yes.
Sally, as you follow Jeremiah in, you walk down the hall, and he says, "Here's the phone here. Do you have something to write on?" I know the number by heart.
I do have something to write on, yes. Because in fact, I have a fountain pen and a bottle of ink with me.
How would you carry in your pocket?
I have a bag.
He never trips and falls.
So the non-suspicious number is 555.
Yeah.
121.
Yeah.
He gives that to you, but he dials the phone.
Or it's actually 2 letters. It's 2 letters and then 4 numbers.
Yeah, like Murray Hill 55621. Yeah.
Butterfield 8 or whatever.
He dials the number, and you can hear it. You can hear it ring. And he says, "Yes, may I speak to Mr. Brookstone?" "Yes. Hi, John. We have a situation out here at the Waylands. There's a number of college professors whose car seems to have run out of gas. We don't have any." You hear, and he's like, "Oh, yes, that would be lovely if you could do that." And he looks at you and he's he says, "When could you be here?" He says that he has to wait until the store closes, but he can drive out here after that.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Yes.
Yes, that would be lovely. All right, thank you. And he hangs up the phone. It should be around 7 p.m. that he'll be able to get here. The party may have already begun. I'm certain Mr. Wayland would allow you to join in the party while you're here.
We might, this is an awful imposition. We might want to just go back to the car because that's where we'll need to be anyway. He'll have to come by the car to come here, won't he?
Yes. Listen, sir, I mean no disrespect, but I'm here to tell you I've been to a few too many quinceañeras, and I'm not excited to go through another one. Or this sounds more bar mitzvah-ish, but whichever. I'm partied out.
Well, I mean, whatever makes you most comfortable. I was at the car garage, at the barn a bit ago. I did notice there's quite a lot of storm clouds that have been rolling in. Does your car have a roof over the top of it?
Yes, it does.
It might get a little chilly.
But I think the windows are rolled down. It's well, how about this? How rough is or loosely packed is the gravel, if it'd be possible to kick it in neutral and just sort of push it a little closer up the road?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe a couple of you would be able to push it up. He says, but You said that you pushed it to the side of the road. Well, Mr. Brookstone should be able to get by it. You didn't leave it in the middle of the road. And then he'll be able to drive you back to it with the gasoline.
I just feel like we've been such an awful imposition already.
No, not at all. Mr. Whalen's a very generous man. He likes guests. We have such so few opportunities to have parties and enjoy ourselves. Please, I'll speak to him, but I'm sure that he'll insist that you stay.
Thank you.
So those of you who are stepping back into the library while she was on the phone, I'd like you all to do spot hiddens.
No, but not as bad as before.
37 under 50.
Extreme
It's a hard
success.
Okay. Perhaps because of what you were reading or the other room, those of you who passed, when you step into the room, the light is catching it just right, but the lectern that the Bible's on, it's got another one of those camillas scratched into it.
Prison.
It's prison, correct.
I feel so smart.
About what time is it? It's getting rather late in the afternoon, isn't it?
It's probably about 5:30 by now.
At some point in time, I think Mike is not much for puzzles and whatnot. He might try and mosey back out into the hallway and try and call his wife and let her know that he may not be getting to the hotel. So just letting her know that she's all right. / if the phone works.
Okay.
Guys, that symbol.
Get to that in a second.
Oh.
Go ahead. No.
Oh,
We'll get to the
guys.
phone call in a second.
Oh, guys, that symbol on the lectern, that it says prison.
Obstacle, prison. Doesn't sound like much of a party to me.
Well, they're apparently they're, with this ceremony, they're going to be trapping demons, right? So, I mean, those two things you probably would need, obstacles and prisons.
Yeah.
I don't feel, it's not that I don't feel welcome here. I feel like I just shouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I feel like it's the level, this is a little bit much for anyone who isn't subscribing to this certain magazine, if you catch my drift. I don't know. What do you think?
I totally agree.
I do agree that seems to be something happening. I saw something. I don't know what to make of it right now.
It just feels as if something is happening that they're not telling us.
I mean,
Or something is about to happen.
Yeah. I mean, looking around the room, like the library, do I spot any other squares?
You don't, but you read the titles on a lot of the books, and it becomes very obvious that there does seem to be kind of an obsession in the books with angels and various religions. You can see that there are holy books from a number of religions. There's a Quran, there's a Bhagavad Gita, there's a Mahabharata, and so forth, all that have a lot to do with angelic presences and angels. And it seems like this Abermalin thing is something that they obviously believe in, or, from the book, you can see that it takes, according to the book, the whole process takes about a year to pull off. But
is that including the preparation?
That actually is not including the preparation. The preparation takes before. They have to give up all alcohol, no sex, no, they have to say their prayers every day, and they have to do all of these little religious, very sort of Christianized sounding.
So it's like a physical and emotional cleansing almost.
Right. Yeah.
And, you said there was like a Bhagavad Gita. Is this more eclectic than I would expect to see as far as their spirituality is concerned? Is it not, or is it more that they are usually eclectic when they have this sort of mysticism?
Well, it does seem interesting that it's not focused on any particular genre of religion. There's lots of Christian stuff. There's lots of Jewish stuff. There's lots of, there's Kabbalah stuff. It makes you feel like it's either esoteric, that they're not really subscribing to anything, or that they're searching for something in the religion. Some commonality, maybe, that they're looking for.
I think
it's still light outside.
Yeah, but it's gotten kind of dark. Just because there is now cloud cover in the sky.
I really want to go look in the barn.
I feel like we should tread carefully. Because we are only getting pieces of what they believe, and there's no telling what's in that barn and what we could do or what we could desecrate by just walking into it.
Yeah,
I mean, in my history with all the religions, ancient and modern, you can mess up a ceremony just by being in proximity to something you shouldn't be, and that I'm a little concerned.
True. She's put all this into it.
All right, so Mike, you have gone down the hallway to where the phone is. You pick it up and you hear a dial tone.
Okay.
You said you were going to call.
I'm going to call my wife, Marta.
Okay.
Since it's dialing home number, I'm assuming it's a rotary thing.
Yeah, it's a rotary phone. I was just going to say beep, 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 beep. Nope, wrong time. Yeah, it's rotary. You dial your wife, and the dial tone stops, of course, before you dial. And then there's nothing but static. You can't hear any voices or anything, but just this solid bit of static.
Okay. I'll do the hello?
Nothing. Just static.
I never remember how phones were at this point in time. Is there, I'm imagining something on an end table. Can I try and trace the cord to the wall to see if maybe the plug has come?
Yeah, there's a cord. It goes into a little box on the wall. Yeah. I'll
wiggle that, see if it works again.
It makes a sputtering noise, but it doesn't seem to work.
So I'd say he's getting agitated in a bit of a huff, and he's just like, I'm gonna go see if they got that gas themselves. I was just wondering if surely there's got to be something in the barn. This is a barn. They got to have places to go, things to do. And he might take off.
It's springtime in New England, right? You said?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. It could be pretty cold.
It can be pretty cold. In fact, it can snow in this time of year.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I was just wondering if we could, because Myrna doesn't want to deal with this place. She just wants to go sit in the car, but it could get pretty cold.
Does Dr. Henry see Mike leaving?
Mike is still at the phone. He's getting ready to turn around, and
you can definitely hear him cussing and fussing outside by the phone and muttering, "Go get that gas can."
Oh, if I see him walking towards the barn, I wide-eyed look at him and try to stop him with my arm and just say, there was someone in there. I just feel like we should just stick together in here.
Well, okay, great, but I don't see any other ways out of here. Surely if they have a car or a tractor or anything. Do you have any other ideas? I mean, we can try and hoof it, but I've been out in New England freezing rains before, and let me tell you, I don't want to get caught out in that again.
I just feel like they've been so hospitable, but I just don't.
They're keeping information from us. That can't be good.
And that's fine. I mean, it's their religion. I don't want to impose, but it makes me want to not be here because it's not my beliefs. And it's pretty serious if we can't even go to a room and knock on the door and it just ruins everything,
Well, it makes me wonder,
let me clarify something real quick. There's other rooms on this floor. There's obviously a kitchen, there's a dining room, there's other things down here. So you can see those when you're in the hall.
Yeah. So maybe Myrna's going to wander over towards the kitchen to see if preparations, if a party's happening, then somebody should be cooking food, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go towards the kitchen and see if there's preparations going on.
Okay.
What I'm wondering about is, why does this young woman need purification to this extent? What has she done? Or what has the family done? Or what is she looking to do once she is purified?
With Christianity and some Abrahamic religions, you're considered born into sin.
Right.
Right, everybody gets that. Original sin. Yeah, everybody gets that. That's the Genesis passage, being cast out. But you get baptized for that, or you get christened for that, or whatever it is you people do. There's less extreme rituals in place.
I agree.
Okay. So, Mike, are you going to take Dr. Vaughn's advice and not go, or are you going to go?
So, Mike has not seen anything. He doesn't really have a reason to be suspicious, but he definitely recognizes that, Dr. Vaughn's spooked about something, and he doesn't necessarily jump at shadows. I think he'll ask the group, all right, well, if we're going to go in buddy system or something, would anyone like to go out to the barn with me to try and get gas? Or maybe old house like this, power lines go out. Maybe there's a generator or something we can try and siphon around and just we can look around here if the barn is off limits.
I'm in favor of that.
All right. Yeah. So I guess
Mike and Sally and anybody else going to go towards the barn? Mike and Sally.
Yeah, I'm going to head towards the dining room.
Okay.
I passed my right tail comb to Dr. Flint.
Okay. And Dr. Henry, they're going to go. What are you going to do? The others going towards the dining room and the kitchen.
Who is going with Mike?
Dr. Huffman and Dr. Gamble.
I'll look at Dr. Gamble, pleadingly, and if she's just persistent to go, I'll go with Dr. Flint.
I've got a flashlight with me.
Okay, well, it's not that dark.
Yeah.
It's just gray outside, right?
Yet.
Okay. So Sally and Mike, you head towards the front door. Both of you do spot hiddens.
Oh, God. Ooh. I am utterly oblivious to everything.
Almost. That is a... actually, no. I'm going to use 5 luck to make that a pass.
Okay.
I'll roll a 75 on a 70.
As you're walking towards the front door, Mike, you look up and you realize what Dr. Welsh was talking about. There is definitely a cord from the chandelier going up towards the ceiling where there's, a hole, but it's frayed and broken, and it's not attached to the power, but the light bulbs are on. Maybe you point this out to Sally.
Oh, and I get to make a sanity check too. Yay!
You can do a sanity check if you want. You'll only lose 1 point if.
Yay, I made it. Yes.
I think Mike's a little creeped out by that, just because he was very much like, no, surely it's a thing, and then finding out, no, it very much is not. Okay, he passes.
Okay. And
I turn around for a second and I approach Dr. Huffman before he leaves, and I say, what specifically I saw came from the barn. It was a woman, and do I remember any features of this woman?
dark hair, looked very ragged, like she was in an old dress that had been torn and shredded. Do a spot hidden for me.
A hard success.
Yeah. Kind of like Waylon's wife in the picture, although she looks lovely.
I just stagger back for a second, and it was that painting of Waylon's wife. It was exactly that.
Okay, all right. I understand. This place is a little spooky. These folks are a bit weird. I'm not judging, but we'll knock before going in. Make sure we don't disturb anybody, and maybe they got a spare bedroom up there or something. Everybody's got their tensions a bit all tied up in a knot.
All right. So you're going to continue on your way out? All right. You go out. You're walking across the yard towards the barn. Eldridge, you step into the dining room. The dining room is a big one. It looks like it's laid out for at least 16 people. There are, if you know anything, I don't know the technical term for it, but when you set a table formally, there is usually a large placeholder at each spot that they put plates on top of plates, and that there's silverware and so forth. So most of that has been laid out. There are a couple of vases on the table with flowers in them. There's a fireplace which is already going. There are mirrors on the wall here and there, and various decorations. Everything looks fine. Do a spot hidden for me. You're muted.
Sorry,
Yeah.
39 under 50.
Okay. Do you walk around the room? Do you look? It's actually, fairly, there's a pretty carpet on the floor. And
I mean, if it's that big, I feel safe in the fact that if something does, someone does, come towards me, there's a lot of ground to cover. So yeah, I'll walk around.
Sure. As you're walking around, you notice something on the mantle above the fireplace. And it is a little statue of a lion. And it looks like this. If you try to pick it up, it is very heavy.
Okay. And I see that symbol as well?
You see the Kamiya on it. And if you start thinking, if you're going to sit there and think about it, it looks like this. Which you will then inform everybody about it afterwards.
Hold on. I'm getting mixed up. Stupid symbols.
It's a barrier? Is that it?
Yeah.
It is, in fact, barrier. Oops, I didn't do that. Yeah,
Okay,
so you know it's barrier. Okay.
Right, so lion statue with a burial cameo on it.
Barrier, yeah.
Barrier, like force field, barrier.
Right.
Okay.
Dr. Welsh, you step into the kitchen. It's one of the only doors that actually has a door on it, but it's a swinging door. And it's right next to the the dining room where Eldridge is. You step through it, and you immediately get the smell of spices and soup and something like that. Rosemary's in the middle of the kitchen. She's chopping vegetables. She's got a pot on the stove that's bubbling away. She's got various things. It's a big kitchen, the big, table with various things that she's prepping. And she says, "Oh, yes, miss. Can I get you something? Is there something you need?"
Oh, I just, I needed I'm going to look at the glass of water in my hand and say I drank most of it and say that I need a refill.
Of course.
I would like a refill on my water, please.
Of course. And she takes the glass from you, and she goes over and probably just uses the tap back then. She pours the tap water for you, and she hands it to you. Anything else, ma'am?
I'll take a sip, and then I would like to say, how is it working for the Waylands?
I don't understand, ma'am. What do you mean?
Is it easy? Are they nice people? Do you have a lot of duties?
Oh, yes, they're lovely people. My husband and I have worked for them for years. They're very generous. In fact, they're going to be sending my husband and I on a long vacation starting this next week, basically because of Miss Veronica's religious endeavor. They don't need me here. So we're going to go on a vacation to a tropical island, and then we'll come back after 18 months.
Oh, yes, that sounds lovely. So it will just be Mr. Wayland and his daughter Veronica. Is there a Mrs. Wayland?
Oh, Mrs. Wayland, Evangeline passed away a number of years ago. And she kind of goes over to the kitchen window and looks out and says, "She's buried in the mausoleum over there."
No, she's not.
Oh, how lovely. And did you know her very well?
Oh, yes. She was a lovely woman.
It's too bad when people are taken from us.
Do a listen roll.
Okay. Ooh, I am going to, can I push that?
You can push it, sure. Okay. If you fail...
Yes.
I don't know yet.
Just the 10s, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, not only did I fail, I critically failed.
Oh, okay. So you're talking with her, and she suddenly looks up. She's got kind of a quizzical look on her face, and she's like, what on earth is that? And she walks over towards a little door, which you guess from kitchens, it's probably the pantry. And she goes to the door quick, rather quickly as she's conversing with you, and she opens up the door.
Okay.
When she opens up the door, in that instant that she opens up the door, what you see inside the pantry is a woman. She is about your height. She has long black hair, which is scraggly and torn. She's in a dress that is ripped and shredded, and she's growling like a feral animal. And her teeth seem to be more in the neighborhood of, fangs.
Ooh.
She screeches and reaches out quickly and grabs the maid. The maid starts, like she's suddenly terrified. The figure grabs a hold of the maid and twists her head around and buries its fangs into the maid's neck. And as it does, because you failed your listen, you are suddenly splattered with blood as it shoots out, and it just douses you all over. And the thing drags the maid into the pantry, and the door slams closed.
I'm going to run as fast as I can back towards the hallway.
Okay. Do I hear this?
You can do no. You can do a sanity roll.
Okay.
Dr. Welsh.
Ooh, just made it. 63 under 65.
Okay. You take 2 points of damage on your sanity, and you scream as you run out the door. Eldridge, that's what you definitely hear.
Okay, so
as she comes running out.
I'll kind of I'll make my way to the door and try to as she's running past me, try to like grab her to kind of calm her down to see, is she covered in blood?
No.
Okay, and so I'll just try to calm her down because all I see is her freaking out. She's
shaking violently and she's freaked out, but there is no blood. And Dr. Welsh, as you look up into Eldridge's eyes and you're terrified and you realize in that moment, you then notice that there is no blood on you at all.
That's what I was going to say. Okay.
And so I'm a little confused at this point. I'm just like, what's going on? I heard you screaming.
I was in the kitchen speaking to the maid, and she noticed a noise or something in the pantry, and she went over and opened the door, and this woman, I mean, she looked like a woman, sort of, with long black hair and fangs, and started growling at the maid and
fangs?
Grabbed her. Yes, she appeared to have fangs, and she grabbed the poor woman and twisted her head and sank her fangs into the woman's neck, and I was covered in blood. I feel like I was...
Have you been sipping Dr. Gamble's gin?
Have you know it's perfectly good gin.
The kitchen is, of course, right there, and the door is doing this because Myrna just came flying.
Do I see the maid?
Well, you'll have to open the door and look in.
I'll gingerly crack the door.
Be careful, Eldridge.
You look inside, and the maid is still chopping vegetables, and she says, "Oh, is everything all right, sir? Do you need something?"
Oh, no. It smells lovely. It was, I was entranced. I'm okay.
Eldridge, let's get out of here.
Yeah, I found another statue in there that says barrier. In the
I just want to leave.
Sally and Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Huffman, and it's Dr. Gamble, you're all heading towards the barn.
Yes.
As you're walking, right after you leave the house, you kind of walk around. You're walking sort of towards the back of the house. And from your perspective, you can kind of, knowing the layout of the house, at least partly, you're walking around the side. You know that dining room would be there. If you're eagle-eyed, you might catch Eldridge through the window in there looking at something on the fireplace. You're walking towards the back of the house, and then you're going to walk over to the barn. Do spot hiddens for me.
I'm going to spend a point of luck to make my 51 a 50.
Okay.
That's a 5. So
Yeah.
extreme.
Extreme. Excellent.
Is Mike making that?
Yeah, all of you.
Okay, yeah, that's at 12 under 70, so extreme.
Okay. You almost step in it, but Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Huffman, you notice right away, there is a large, I'd say, kind of a pit that is dug next to the path. It's not deep, but I'd say it's maybe 3 or 4 feet across. It's circular, and it seems to be filled with ashes and stuff like that. Like maybe, fireplace ashes, or it looks like there's burnt things in there. What would you like to do?
Well, I've gone on a ton of digs and sifted through ashes. So I would like to, I don't know about making an anthropology roll specifically, but I would like to apply some of those skills in going through the ashes.
Okay.
So however, I need to manage that.
Well, you can do spot hidden. You
Right.
could do whatever one's better. Anthropology would be fine.
Anthropology by far. And archaeology, I have both of those.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 17 on a 75. I just missed it. Just missed an extreme success.
Okay. So you're sort of, maybe you pick up a little stick or something and you're sifting through it. You can tell that it's mostly composed of paper and maybe cloth. You find a number of pieces of cloth on the edge that didn't quite completely burn. It looks like a white linen cloth, of course, smoky yellow because of the fire and all that. But you don't find anything else other than, cloth and paper and stuff.
Are there
like
any
that.
stitchings or seams or anything like that on the cloth?
Yeah, I'd say that you might find some stitches and
So it's clothing or something that's been manufactured. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
White linen, not necessarily manufactured professionally, but
Right. Hand sewn or something. Yeah. Okay.
right.
Well, maybe they had a big cookout. Like, you use newspaper for fire starters. I don't know how well linen catches fire, but
Well, it's a plant fiber, so it would catch pretty quickly.
Is there any chance the linen looks like what she was wearing? Or no?
Probably not.
Okay.
From this point of view, you can see the barn, you can see the well, and you can see the mausoleum all the way across the property on that side.
What do you say, gentlemen? Should we start at the barn and work our way around? I think we need some answers.
The sky has gotten darker, and you don't feel. I mean, you feel maybe a drop now and then, but not really. It's not raining yet.
Yeah.
The light is still coming through the clouds.
Now, rain's not going to bother me.
well, it will once we get soaked. I say let's go through the barn. These waiters and the maid are kind of creeping me out a little bit. I'm kind of wondering if they didn't even look around. And so I want to go find some gas, and I want to get out of here, and I want to go call my wife. That's where I'm heading. I hope y'all are coming with me.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm with you.
All right, so you head on over to the barn. It's a wooden structure. You see that it's probably not a barn, but it's built like a barn. It's a little worn down. It's not like perfectly maintained. It's been maybe whitewashed a number of times, but through the winter that kind of washes off. So you see the brown with the traces of whitewashing on it. There's the door that you saw, or that Henry saw, the butler. Henry, I'm sorry, which way did you go? Were you with them inside?
Now he's out with us.
Oh, he's with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. Vaughn's with you. Dr. Vaughn is, of course, very hesitant as you're walking towards that door. But there doesn't seem to be a lock or anything securing the door closed. So you go up, you open up the door.
I have my flashlight on.
Yeah, I think to placate Dr. Vaughn, like Michael make a big show, kind of like knocking.
No
I
response.
don't think there's anyone's home. Then opens it.
You open up the door, and it is a large garage that's kind of divided into sections. So where you are on this side, there is a large Duesenberg, beautiful car. Looks like, something that you couldn't afford with all of your salaries combined. It's dusty, but it's not damaged in any way. It's sitting there. There are a couple of tables. There are a couple of implements on the wall, an axe, things for chopping wood and so forth. There are, in fact, a number of gas cans in the back of the garage, and you can see that there is an opening that goes into the next section. So imagine that it's section along the barn, that they all open up to the front with big doors, but you can't see into those. You're only seeing into the one that you're in. And it's dark, but with your flashlight, you see around. You can see the rafters up above. There's little bits of light shining through.
Mike is 100% just going straight for those gas cans to try and just pick them up, jiggle them around, see if there's anything inside.
Okay.
And if there's, then his next priority will be to check out the car and at least see if we can siphon gas out or if there's keys in.
Okay. Dr. Henry and Dr. Gamble, when he's going towards the gas tanks, what are you doing? Or the gas cans, what are you doing?
I want to, as carefully as possible, just sort of peer around, because I'm sure I saw someone. So I'm sort of just trying to keep myself hidden while trying to look for somebody, or just around the general area and even into further rooms if there are there. Okay.
Well, in order to look into the other parts of the barn, you'd have to go where Dr. Huffman is, where the gas cans are. From here, you can't see any other part of the barn. And Dr. Gamble?
I am going to unscrew the gas cap on the Duesenberg. There's got to be a hose. If they've got gas cans, there's going to have a hose and a funnel as well.
Okay.
Pour gas into it as well as get out. So I am going to get a hose where curled up on the wall or a table or wherever.
Okay.
Take it over to the gas tank, run it down, and then pull it out to see if there's any residual gas on the end of it.
Okay. So you're doing that, and in fact, you pull the tube back out, and there's nothing.
Okay.
It's dry. And I'm sorry, Henry, what did you say you were going to, are you going back where Dr. Huffman is?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going back there with him. Dr. Huffman, you get to the cans first and you pick them up and you can feel that they are empty. But there's about 5 or 6 of them there, which is, I don't know if that's odd or not, but I'd like you both to do listen rolls, just the two of you.
Sorry, my cat keeps sitting on my notebook and dice because I don't give her enough attention. Oh, there we go.
Yep, that's 17.
Yes.
So that's a success.
Okay.
So that's a 40 under 70.
Okay.
Is it possible to burn 5 luck to make that a hard
You don't
success?
need to. Just a success is fine. Dr. Gamble, as you're watching them, you suddenly notice that both of them look towards the opening going into the next section of the barn. Gentlemen, you look into the next section, and on the ground, maybe 6 or 7 feet away from you, is this strange, hunched over woman dressed in rags with black, scraggly hair. And she's hunched down, she's looking at you, and she's growling like a feral animal. You see her fangs and her eyes that almost seem to glow in the dark. Do a sanity roll.
Failure.
26 on a 55.
Okay.
Mike just convinces himself it's a dog. It's a dog. I'm just seeing things. Easy down, girl.
Mike, do a 1d4, and Dr. Vaughn do a 1d6.
3.
1.
You both jump back in terror as she leaps to her feet and suddenly begins running in your direction with claws like animal claws. She's running at you. You screech and probably kick back. You probably knock over all of the gas cans in the process. And when you fall to the ground and look back up, there's nothing there. Dr. Gamble, you see this happen. You see them suddenly scream, fall back on the ground, and then nothing materializes, and you're like, what the hell?
But I did hear Dr. Vaughn talk about his encounter at the barn. I have not heard the other. So to me, as the scientist, this seems to validate his story. Whatever it is that's happening seems to validate it. As the occultist part of me is now starting to wonder if maybe we don't need to help with this ceremony that this girl is doing. Because this may be why she's doing it. So whatever happened to the mom, maybe they're trying to get rid of it. Maybe they're not the bad guys. They're just having to use these methods to protect themselves and maybe a whole bunch of other people. I don't go over and start lecturing them about this. This is what I'm thinking of. And I'll go over there.
The three of you, I would like you to all do another sanity roll.
Oh, no, 93.
36 pass.
28 a pass.
Okay.
My turn. It was my turn.
This makes sense.
Mike invented cognitive dissonance.
I'm going to have Dr. Gamble just take 1 point. But what happens is Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Huffman, you're looking towards her, and you see a shadow move through the cracks, in the barn. And what happens to you, Dr. Gamble, is the door to the barn suddenly comes flying open, and Jeremiah is there, and he says, "Oh, you did come out here. Is there anything I can do for you?" It just makes you jump.
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
I think it's time for you to tell us the truth about what is going on and why Mr. Whalen's daughter needs to be purified, and what it is exactly that you're purifying.
I'm not sure how to answer that. You best ask them. We're not really part of that. They have a strong religious bent towards, I believe, Mr. Whalen said angels. It has something to do with some old book or thing that they're reading from. We're not really a part of that, my wife and I. As to what's going on, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I did tell you that we're having a party this evening.
Can Mike roll psychology or psychoanalysis? See
Sure.
if he seems to be lying. Ooh, yeah. That is an extreme success on psychology. 25 under 70.
He seems very sincere.
Mike will nudge Sally and say, "I can smell bullshit a mile away, and this guy, he doesn't seem to be lying. I don't like it as much as you, or I don't like it any more than you do, but
He doesn't have the answers. All right.
No.
Well, let's finish searching the barn. I say we look at the well, we look at the mausoleum before we go back to the house.
Well, at what point do we just want to knock on Miss...
So is there anything... Is there anything that I can help you with? You see that there's no gasoline.
Your phone's not working.
It's not.
No, it's not, because we tried to call, and your phone doesn't work.
Well, perhaps it's something new. We just called the grocers.
Are you aware of the situation with the chandelier?
I don't know what you mean. Oh, the light bulbs. I replaced the light bulbs. That's when you got here.
Why would you replace the light bulb? The wires seem frayed. I don't think it would turn on.
I don't understand.
I begin walking towards the house.
Okay. I'll accompany you if you wish. I've still got things to do before the party starts. So...
Dr. Huffman, do you want to let us go through the rest of the barn?
So I was very much imagining that Jeremiah, Dr. Vaughn, Dr. Gamble, like all kind of walk out, just heading towards other areas, and Mike is just sitting there thinking, and then realizes he's alone in this barn, and looks behind him. It's like, oh, nope, and sort of scurries back out the door.
So Dr. Gamble and Dr. Huffman, you're going to head towards the well? That's next along that sort of path?
Sure,
the mausoleum's farther.
I would like
that.
very much to look at the well and the mausoleum before we go back to the house.
Yeah.
And Dr. Vaughn, you are accompanying Jeremiah back to the house. Okay. So you're walking towards that. And now, Eldridge and Myrna, what are you doing?
So they're behind the house, the Mike and Sally. I would like to say, Eldridge, we need to get out of here. We just need to leave.
I mean, we don't have a way of leaving. It's already, by the time we get back to the car, it's going to be pitch black. We don't have gas. We don't have a way to get home.
Well, then let's go find the others. Is there like a back door? I assume the kitchen is on the back.
You haven't seen one. The kitchen did have, it had that pantry door. It looked like there might be another door leading farther into the back of the house, probably servants' quarters.
I don't want to go near the kitchen. So, I guess I'd start towards the front door with the intent of going out the front and walking around.
Okay. You guys step out the front door, and are you going with her, Eldridge?
Yes.
Okay. You step out the front door and you start to walk around the side. You can see Sally and Mike walking towards the the well, and you see Jeremiah and Henry walking towards you, towards the front of the house. Dr. Vaughn, do a spot hidden roll.
That is a normal success, 61 on 70.
A normal success. Okay. So, Dr. Welsh and Dr. Flint, you're walking towards Jeremiah and Henry, and Jeremiah's smiling as he sees you, and he's walking towards you. You suddenly notice Dr. Vaughn stop dead in his tracks, and his mouth is a little open, like he's just seen something that makes no sense. And you come up to him as Henry realizes that he stopped, and he says, I've got to go inside. And he goes in the house.
Wait, Jeremiah does?
Jeremiah does. And so you've caught up to Henry, and Henry's looking towards the house with his mouth open. And Henry says to you, "Why is there no smoke coming out of the chimneys?"
I was just in the kitchen, and there appeared to be things on the stove.
There's fireplaces burning all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's probably a good spot where we take a break.
All right, how long's the break?
5-10 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Time to make tea. All right.
Okay. All right. So that's where we left off. You guys are standing outside, realizing that there is no smoke coming from the chimneys. Sally and was it Mike going towards the well?
Yes.
You head over towards the well. It's an old style well. It looks like it was originally probably designed for pulling up water. But it's probably not been in use for a while. They probably have a more modern plumbing at this point. What would you like to do? You're maybe 20 feet from the well.
I'm assuming there's a cover on it.
No, there's not.
There's not. Okay, well, torch down.
Okay. When you look down, about 12 to 15 feet below the edge, you see this woman thing, monster, demon, whatever it is. It's clinging to the wall of the well just below, and it looks up and sees you and begins to climb up towards where you are. You can do a sanity roll.
Okay.
Mike, do you look in?
Yep, make it.
I'm going to say, yeah, he would.
Okay.
I'm going to roll that sand.
Yeah, you see the same thing. What do you guys do? Oh, you both pass? Or
Yeah, 42
Yeah.
under 54.
All right. You both pass, but you both screech as you back up from the well.
Mike is going to say, bad dog.
Eldritch, Myrna, and Henry, at the moment of your revelation, you suddenly hear the two of them over by the well. It's quite a ways away from where you are, but you hear them screech and jump away from the well.
Okay.
Oh no! What's happening over there? And I'm gonna start over there. I guess I jog
Okay.
because I'm really freaked out.
Okay, so you're jogging over there, Eldritch and Henry. Henry, you've kind of recovered from your shock, but
I'm running over there.
Eldritch, you also recall that you didn't see any smoke when you first came up to the house.
Right, I did actually.
Yeah.
So I guess that would click for my character at this point that
That you didn't see anything. You didn't see any lights on. You didn't see anything when you came up to the house in the very beginning.
But the fireplaces were running as we went into all of the rooms.
Yes. Yeah. Henry, what do you want to do? Do you want to run in the house? Or do you want to run with Eldritch and Myrna over towards the well?
I think I will. I want to go into the house just in the front room.
Okay. The parlor? I mean?
Yeah.
All right. So you go into the parlor. Get back to you in a moment. So the four of you run over towards the well. You can see that Sally and Mike are kind of panting hard and pointing at the well, but you don't see anything climbing out or anything like that. And would you guys go near the well?
I'm not even gonna go near it.
Okay.
I was just gonna yell, Mike, Sally, we need to get out of here.
Yeah, you can say that again. It's that. Well, so being as she disappeared the first time, Mike he's going to assume that that has happened again, as that seems to be the trick. So he's going to say, it's that damn dog woman again, and grabs the flashlight and is going to go back over to the well. And
Okay.
Dog, we need to leave.
Yes, we quite agree.
You go over towards the well, and you're going to shine the light down into it.
Yeah.
You practically hit this woman thing in the face. She's maybe a foot away from the rim and reaching for the edge. As you see it, you can do a sanity roll again, and at least you yell and jump back.
That is an ought 4.
Okay.
So even though my reaction is, oh my God, she didn't disappear.
As this happens, coming up behind you, between the house and you, is Mr. Wayland. He comes up and he's like, is everything all right, my friends?
Is that your wife? Is it your wife? Is it your wife?
So
I'm sorry,
what is going on here?
My
It's
wife?
time for you. It's time for you to tell us the truth. Why is your daughter having to go through this purification ritual? We have seen a woman in multiple places on this property who fits the description, who fits the picture of your wife, though in a much bedraggled fashion.
He looks over at the mausoleum and he says, my wife passed away a number of years ago. She's buried in the family crypt.
Be that as it may,
What do you mean?
We have had multiple encounters with a figure.
I don't honestly know what you're talking about. Like where?
Is
In the
Mike
barn?
Is Mike still staring down her?
No. You jumped back when that happened.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, can you say that to my face over here?
I'm sorry, sir. Explain to me what it is you're talking about. The well?
Tell him.
He walks towards you, and he looks down the well, and he looks back up and he looks at you and he says, I'm not sure I understand. And as he says that, this claw from the woman reaches up, grabs a hold of him. You see this startled look on his face as it suddenly yanks him into the well. You hear a splash and you see a spray of blood sort of shoot up out of the well and then, settle on everything. You can all do sanity rolls.
I would have
Not this
covered my
time.
face as I saw the claw. Was I fast enough?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Am I in the house yet?
You're you're inside. Sorry, I'll get back to you.
29 under 50.
Okay.
If you roll right at the value, is that a success or failure?
That's a success.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I rolled 54 on the dot.
Okay. So those of you who succeeded, just take 2 points of sanity. Those of you who failed, do a 1d4.
Told you.
One, not so bad.
No sooner does that happen than a voice from behind you says, "Is everything all right, gentlemen and ladies?" And it's Mr. Wayland standing there, which makes you all jump. He says, "Is everything all right? You seem to be distressed." And as he says that, it begins to rain. Little bit of rain at first. Oh dear, it's starting to rain. Shall we get back to the house?
No.
After we get to the mausoleum, we want to check the mausoleum next.
Yeah, I think there's something in the well. Maybe an old dog or something. Could you go and take a look at it for us real quick?
Ignoring Wayland right now, I would like to ask Mike, did you find the gasoline or anything in the barn?
No, there's not a drop in there. So we're either need to find a place to hole up for the night. If the general store guy's gonna get here to try and help us out, or we need to start hoofing it, or y'all need to get real smart on this magic stuff to protect me, us. But
Mr. Wayland says, looking over at the mausoleum, he says, My wife passed away a number of years ago. She's buried over there. You're welcome to look around the property, but it's beginning to rain. I'm going to go back inside. Please, please join us for the celebration this evening. Yeah,
I ignore him as he's talking, and I look around and say, is anyone else have an interest in the occult?
Yeah.
Any of you?
Yes.
He turns around then and walks away.
Repeating apparitions, maybe? People
I believe it's a spirit, and do I know anything about banishing them?
Do an occult roll.
Okay. I am going to spend the 1 luck and make that a success. So
I mean, you know that there are books of magic, medieval magic, where you draw a circle with all sorts of symbols. There's things like there's a book, it's rather famous, called the Key of Solomon. It's amongst Jewish religious texts. Some say it's not legitimate, it's fake, but it's got all sorts of things. Traditionally, it was Solomon who summoned up spirits to build the temple for him. I mean, something like that. He's got a rather extensive library.
There were a lot of books. I think that's where I would go to see if I could find that book.
Okay, so you're still standing outside, and it is beginning to rain. Mr. Wayland's turned and walked back into the house. Let's get to Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry, this is a little back in time. Dr. Henry, you step through the front door into the foyer where the chandelier is. Were you going to go back into the parlor?
I've become Henry has become fixated on resolving the discrepancies in his perception. So he wants to find the chimneys. Like, he wants to see the bottom half, see what is happening.
Okay. So the closest one would be the one in the parlor.
Okay.
You step into the parlor, and just as you step through the door, you realize there's somebody else in there. There's a rather tall, thin fellow with dark hair. He's sitting in one of the chairs, smoking a cigar, and he looks up and says, "Oh, who are you?"
I'm sorry. Pardon me. I'm just. I'm a visitor, incidental. Our car ran out of gas on the road, and I want to take a look at it if I can, with being not arousing too much suspicion about what I'm doing.
Well, he stands up and extends his hand to shake your hand. He introduces himself. My name is Lester Goodman.
Lester.
He says, "Are you here for the festivities this evening?"
No. Complete chance.
I only arrived a few minutes ago. Have you been to Mr. Wayland's parties before?
No. As I said, I'm not here for the party, actually.
I see. You said something about your car.
Right. The car, we ran out of gas on the road, just a complete accident, and we're looking to get the problem resolved right now.
I see.
Have I managed to investigate the...
The fireplace is there.
Does it seem to be... It seems to be ignited. It's
burning brightly. Do a spot hidden.
$95, big failure.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be cooking along like a fire would be. Well, man, I'm sorry for not offering. Do you smoke cigars? And he holds out a pack of cigars.
I'll take one.
So where are you from?
Arkham.
Oh, I'm from Boston myself. I sell rare books. I've become friends with the Waylands for a couple of years now. Some of these are the ones that I've brought.
What sort of books are the Waylands interested in specifically?
Mostly religion, mostly various, angels. He seems to be obsessed with angels.
Is there any other pattern to? I'm sorry.
My relationship with him is mostly business. I mean, he does occasionally invite me to these sort of things. You know what's going on tonight, right? That Veronica is going to attempt the Abermalin Operation beginning tomorrow. It's a funny thing. It's a funny thing, Wayland himself attempted it a couple of years ago, but what he found out was that his translation of the Abermalin Operation was faulty. It was done by some German fellow, and they didn't transpose the text correctly, and Wayland ended up completing it in 6 months, but it actually takes 18 months. It's just a thing. I don't personally know this, except it's what Wayland has told me. I found him an older translation in German that's much more accurate, and he bought some other things from me. There's things that apparently go with the Abermalin operations, oil lamp and things like that.
Can I level with you? Do you think this is all true? Do you think this is?
You mean magic? She's going to summon up her guardian angel? I don't know. Wouldn't there be people flying around and walking through walls if that were the case?
No. Why did you decide to come to this?
Wayland's a very generous man. He paid me quite a lot of money for the things that I gave him. We became friends. I mean, I was the one who did a lot of the research so that I could find the problem with his previous text, and discovered a much older version that's much more accurate. That's the one that he'll be using.
I see.
I mean, other than that, it's just a business relationship. I don't think the Waylands have a lot of friends.
Do they have a reputation around this town?
Well, I mean, I imagine they used to. They're kind of reclusive. They don't get out much.
I see.
And he smokes his cigar. Did you take a cigar?
Yes, I did. I'm smoking it as well.
Okay. It's a good cigar.
Oh.
Expensive cigar. All right, so you're sitting there with him. What's everybody else doing? It is now starting to rain. Oh, you're heading towards the mausoleum.
So Mike is particularly flustered after seeing the same strange feral figure twice. People keep saying that it looks like a woman that's in a painting, and everyone else says that woman is in the mausoleum. So he is going to march back to the barn and grab that axe off the side, and he is trucking it to the mausoleum, assuming there's a chain or something on the lock to try and bust that off and see what's inside.
Oh no, there's nothing like that on the mausoleum. The mausoleum is, I mean, think of it as a little version of the Jefferson Memorial. It's a circular building made out of white marble. It's got little pillars going up, a little dome over the top of it, and little stairs kind of going up onto the platform. All right, so you're heading over towards the the mausoleum. As you approach, you can see that there are Bible verses that have been, carved into the side, going around in circles. You step up onto the platform so that you can kind of see in. It's recessed on the inside with the dome over the top. The dome itself looks like there's a mosaic in gold of little stars and things like that, and an angel with its wings spread out. In the center, where it steps down, there are two large rectangular sarcophagi that are side by side in the center. On the one, it says Evangeline Wayland, and the dates showing her birth. I don't know what her birth is, but it shows her birth. And then her death would probably be a couple of years ago. And next to it is a sarcophagus that has Augustus Wayland and his birth and his death last year.
Oh, hell. I really didn't want to add grave robbing to my list of things before we got to Canada. And he is going to take that axe.
These are
and
big
try and
solid
wedge it.
They're big solid marble.
Yeah. I think he's going to try and use the axe as a wedge and see if maybe get it under a corner and see if you can start slowly trying to prise it up. I don't know if that's even possible, but he's going to try, and he is not a fan.
Do a strength roll. Which one are you opening?
I'm going to do Augustus because I've seen that man walk out, get 8, and then walk out again.
Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. We're going to have to do both of them.
Yeah. Can I push it? He's going to lift with his back.
Yes.
Can I assist? Can I assist him?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know how strong you are, but
I've got a 45. It's not great.
actually, at this point, you could have assisted him if he'd have done that first, but now he's pushing it, so he's already failed. If you push it and fail, you're going to throw your back out.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's every advert in the 20s knows that proper lifting technique is to lift all with your back and twist and grind to try and get a change in momentum and torque. Big money, no whammy. Yes. That is almost a hard success. That is 24 under 45.
Okay. It is a big, heavy lid. It makes that horrible stone-on-stone scraping noise
And that's
as you manage to pry it over towards the side. What you see inside, you get it, open maybe like that. What you see inside is a wooden coffin inside of the thing. It's polished cherry wood. It's very pretty. I don't know if this perspective you could see that there's a plaque on it, but the plaque would be Augustus Wayland.
I imagine Mike is just wheezing and off to the side, and then he sees Dr. Gamble, and he's like, "Can you?"
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the wedge, and I'll at least start trying to wedge it under Evangeline's.
Okay. And you can do a strength roll too.
All right. 8.
Yeah, leave it to a woman to open up the can when it's stuck.
There's a hinge on this side.
You get a little bit better leverage on it. You get the blade in there and you start to pry it open. The same thing. You get it open a little bit and you can see there is a coffin inside. That coffin looks a little older, like it's been sitting in there for a few years.
All right, dealer's choice.
Now that they're open, you probably could use the thing to literally push the lids off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dealer's choice. Which one are we opening first?
Well, let's try her first because she's the one who keeps attacking us.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
So as an anthropologist, I probably know how to pop open these coffins pretty easily. They don't usually lock the coffins.
Right.
They may have, or just a clasp. It's not a lock. Yeah, not something you have to.
I'll accept that as factual. So you guys manage to start to pry it, and once you get to the tipping point, the lid sort of falls over towards the side and makes a horrible crashing noise, and might even crack when you've done that. But there's the coffin. You reach down, you find the clasp, and you unlock it, and you lift it up. Do a Constitution.
Yeah, because she's only been in there 2 years. It's going to be ugly. 51 out of 52, kids.
Okay. You definitely get that sort of blast of dead rat in the wall smell of decay, and you can see that she is in the coffin. She's desiccated and partly rotted away. She is in a very similar dress to the one that you keep seeing, although her dress is actually in better condition. She has that long black hair, which has actually been styled. It's not stringy. Other than that, it's decaying body.
All right. Do a quick anthropology check. Anything special? Does she have a special jewelry on, or her hands styled in a special way?
Maybe she's got jewelry on, you know.
But nothing looks anything other than what would normally be buried.
Probably her hands are like this.
Standard like this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And of course, she's holding an ankh and various other totally normal
and the scepter,
things.
The scepter, and the Tutankhamun hymn. So why don't you check the other one?
Yeah, I got door number 2.
Okay. Same thing. Wayland is in there. He's dead. You can see the scraggliness of a beard that's been decayed.
Okay, but how
you can't really get good
though?
features from him, but he's definitely, that's Wayland.
Okay, but how decayed is he though?
His eyeballs are gone. They've liquefied. There's definitely that smell. His skin is black. It's desiccated. It's
for what it's worth, I failed Constitution earlier. If I'm going to be dry heaving or something.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can. If you failed it, then yeah, you kind of back away and have to vomit.
I'm not good at it, but could I try medicine? Are there any outdoor skills? I feel like Lex feels like it doesn't take much time for eyeballs to decompose, but like that may be just on a span of weeks, maybe not years. If I could try and gauge how long he's been stewing.
Well, do you have medicine?
Default. Oh wait, no, I have a 20 in medicine.
You can try.
No.
Okay. I mean, you can't tell other than the date that's on the thing that it would have been sometime last year.
Sure. And can I roll SAN just for the realization that the person who was just talking to us twice is indeed very much...
If you want to. I mean, you've kind of been building up towards that.
Mike has been repressing a whole lot of this weirdness, and now I think it's coming full force. Yeah,
what are Doctors Flinch and Welch doing as this is going on? You're with him, right?
So, yeah. I mean...
I'm going to library.
Oh,
I ran towards the Mausoleum. I thought I ran with someone.
Well, you sort of did, but then she's going back towards the library.
Okay, so I was out. If I'm there, I would want to see if there's any more symbols, because I'm like fixated on like there's symbols in all these rooms. Is there any symbols?
Do a knowledge roll or an occult roll, either one.
Okay. That is an 8 below 35.
Okay. You see nothing other than what you would expect from Christian religious Bible passages and things like that have been carved into the wall. You don't see any magical looking things. You don't see any Camillas of any kind.
Okay.
Dr. Welch, you get back to the house and you go inside and you can hear Dr. Vaughn conversing with somebody in the parlor.
I'm gonna poke my head in.
Yeah, you see Dr. Vaughn sitting there talking to, who you soon learn is Lester Goodman. He sees you and he stands up and he says, "Oh, there's others." Lester Goodman.
Did you know that these? Oh, I don't know that. I don't know if it's just this time. Did you know that that Evangeline is haunting this place?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you know who I'm talking about, Evangeline?
Well, you're talking about Mr. Wayland's dead wife?
Yes, Mrs. Wayland.
Well, I don't really believe in haunting. You want to know how to tell if your house is haunted? It isn't.
Have you seen? Oh shoot, what's her name?
Ghosts. People walking through. Evangeline. Oh,
no, the daughter.
Veronica.
Have you seen Veronica Wayland lately?
Well, not yet. She's upstairs preparing. You should see her in a little while when she comes down. I've seen her many times before.
There is a spirit here, and we need to banish it. And I'm going to say, Henry, you know that I am right, and I'm going to walk out of the room.
I take the cigar out of my mouth and I say, "You said you know the daughter?
Oh, sure, yeah. I've met her. She's come to my shop before.
Is there anything about her that strikes you as peculiar?"
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, in an unusual say, not peculiar. She's a very good woman. She's, I guess you could say, peculiar in the sense that she's also very much interested in the occult and magic and summoning angels and stuff like that. Same with Wayland. Same with Augustus. It seems to be their hobby.
I am a skeptical man, but my friend here, Doctor.
Frankly, between you and me, living out here in the middle of nowhere in a big house like this and not spending much time in town or anything like that.
I'm ready to resolve it that way, but I must agree with my colleague here, Dr. Myrna. We have seen inexplicable things ever since we were trapped here. And I don't know if there was something in the water that we drank. I don't know if they put something in the coffee, but have you experienced anything unusual?
Have I experienced anything unusual? I mean, I deal in this kind of stuff all the time, this kind of literature. I've read little bits of it. It all seems like ghost stories. The Waylands have always been very generous, and Rosemary's a delicious cook, and I mean, she does a very good job. About that time, there's a knock on the front door, and you sort of turn your attention, and you see Henry. I keep saying Henry. Henry's in another game. You see Jeremiah walk past you rather briskly. He heads to the front door, and he opens up the door, and you hear him say, "Oh, I'm so glad you've arrived. The festivities are set for this evening. Welcome. Please come inside, Mr. Goodman." And you hear him say, "Oh, Jeremiah, how are you doing? How is everything?" And he says, "Everything's fine. There's some of the other guests are in the parlor right now. If you join them, can I get you something to drink?" And he's like, "Oh, just water for now." He says, "Very good, sir." You see Jeremiah step by, and coming around the corner into the parlor is Lester Goodman, an identical copy of Lester Goodman, who's sitting there talking to you in the room. And he's like, "Oh, hello. I'm afraid I don't know you." And he points to you, Dr. Vaughn, and he says, "Lester Goodman," and he goes to shake your hand. And The other Lester Goodman suddenly stands up and he goes, Lester, I haven't seen you in so long. And he goes, oh my God, Lester, you're here too. And he stands up and they sort of embrace for a moment. He says, you want a cigar? He says, oh yes, I love the cigars that you get. And they start to have a conversation and you can do a sanity roll. Dr. Welsh, you had just entered the hallway when you can hear this conversation go behind you down the hallway back in the parlor. What do you want to do?
I mean, I am pretty. Myrna's like, oh, he was in on it, duh. So she's just going to keep going into the library.
Okay. You step into the library and you start looking through the books. And it doesn't take you very long before you, in fact, find a copy of the Key of Solomon, which is a rather large tome. It has all kinds of magical symbols in it. It's written in English, and it's a translation, obviously. It's written in English and with large passages in Hebrew that are, part of the magic. It would literally take you days to read the whole thing, but you can start looking through it if you wish.
I kind of thought I might have read it before.
You've probably seen it at the library, I'm sure.
But I sort of maybe know where to look.
Do a library roll.
Okay.
A pass on the sanity, by the way.
Okay. Everything has been so bizarre. You're kind of inured to the bizarreness that's beginning.
That is an extreme success.
Okay.
11.
You look through the book and you find a diagram, a rather extensive diagram. And the original concept was it was a kind of circle of protection. You would draw this out on the floor in various colors, and then you would recite the magic spells, and it would entrap or summon a demon that would be trapped, and then you could force it by kind of like magical torture to do what you wanted it to do. And this is what that symbol looks like. Just for the record, that actually is from the Key of Solomon.
Yeah.
Something a lot of people have.
Do I have the materials to make that symbol?
It's usually drawn on a floor. You would need chalk or something like that, but you wouldn't have anything like that with you.
What ash?
Maybe it would have to be drawn fairly big, and
okay.
It would also take you quite a while to draw it.
Yeah. Is there a fireplace in this room?
There is.
Okay. Are there fireplace tongs next to it?
Yes.
Like fireplace. Okay. Can I go over and grab the tongs and with the tongs take a piece of wood out of the fireplace?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to bring the book and take the tongs with the smoldering log, and I'm going to go back. I'm going to go out to the mausoleum.
You're going to go back out towards the mausoleum.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now the log is kind of half on fire, but
okay,
it's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's smoldering. It's smoldering badly.
Yeah.
When you get to the front door and you start to step out, you can see now it's raining considerably harder than it was before. And you know this because your log is going where the water's hitting it. Everybody at the mausoleum, what are you doing now? You can see that it's starting to rain. It's getting very cold.
So, a couple of things. I think after getting both of these giant marble lids pushed off, Mike is going to be sort of huffing, catching his breath, and looking up. Do the stars or constellations, anything on the mural, look reminiscent of the line magic box puzzles that we've been seeing?
Not at all.
All right.
They're actually kind of regular and very stylized.
Well, I'm glad to see something regular here. He's having very much heck with this vibes, and he is going to keep his axe, with his hair being more and more frazzled and now getting soaked in rain, walk in towards the house.
Okay.
I'll go too.
Okay. And Eldridge?
So I was curious about the outer limits of this estate.
Okay.
Like the walls that enclose it,
Mm-hmm.
to see if there's anything there that could help explain what's going on here.
The walls themselves seem like they're mostly stonework. They've been finished. There are occasional pilasters or whatever, in between wall. They're blocky. There's like a little metal, like black iron, little spikes along them on the top, probably to keep people from climbing over. But they're mostly decorative. They're not sinister looking. They just look kind of decorative. There's also bushes and flowers and things that would have been planted in front of them. So you can see flower beds. You can see what are rose bushes that are still just spiny sticks. But nothing particular. And you can see woods beyond them,
Okay. I mean, once I'm satisfied with that, I would start walking back, try to catch up to the rest of the group.
Okay.
I mean, I guess by the time I'm looking around that they would already be in the house, and I would just catch up to them there.
All right. So we'll say, maybe you catch up to them and you all step inside the house. And just as you guys step inside the house, there's kind of a moment where you all feel like the rain suddenly stops. Everything goes kind of quiet for a moment, and it starts to snow just as you step into the house. You step into the house, and you can hear various sounds like there's more people here.
So imagining, again, I can't overstate just how frazzled and done with this. Professor Huffman will be carrying an old, I'm assuming just a wood chopping axe. Walking past into the foyer, he's going to see the Lester's Goodman, and he's going to point and say, "You're new. Tweedledee, did you drive here?" And not wait for a response, and go straight out the front door and see if there are any cars in the driveway.
Okay.
Did they pass me?
I'm sorry?
Did they pass me?
No, you are in the library. You're a little farther in the house than where they are. They just came in the door.
You said I came out the front. Okay.
I think this is before
I
you
saw
get out
that it
the
was
front
starting
door.
to rain.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, because...
Oh, wait, you said you were going to go to the mausoleum?
Yeah, I was gonna go
when
to
you
the
get to
mausoleum.
the front door, it's raining, and as they're coming up to where you're standing, it starts to snow. And get very cold. Mike, Dr. Hoffman, you open up the door, and you're quite surprised to see that it's very nearly blizzard conditions outside. The snow is coming down in droves, and it's very cold. And you don't see any cars.
I knew I never should have moved out of Texas. All right, we're going upstairs, and we're going to pay Miss Victoria, I don't even care her name, we're going to pay somebody a visit.
I'm going to go to the kitchen and get at least one butcher knife. If she has a big meat cleaver, actually, I'll get that.
Okay, let's see. Mike, so you stepped back inside.
Yeah, I'm just assuming he sort of cracks open the door, nopes back out,
right.
and he's going to start heading up the stairs.
You step back inside. You've seen the Lesters. Just as you close the door, you almost don't have time to step away from it. There's a knock on the door. And Jeremiah comes walking towards you. And he says, another one of the guests must have arrived. And as he opens the door, there's another Lester Goodman. And he's like, Mr. Goodman, welcome. You've managed to get here safely. And he says, yes, who is this? He says, well, these gentlemen and ladies were trapped here. Their car ran out of gas on the road, and we've sent to have the grocer bring some gas out here. For now, they're our guests, and they're probably going to end up staying for dinner. And he's like,
can I be there near the door when
What's
this
that?
is happening? Can I
Sure.
be near the door when this stuff happening? Can I try to reach over and just gently close the door? Nope.
Lester stepped inside.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, never mind.
And he's, brushing the snow off. Dr. Huffman do a spot hidden.
48 under 70, success.
Yeah, there's still no car out there. You're looking kind of over Lester's shoulder. There's no car out there. In fact, there are no footprints in the snow coming up onto the porch.
He didn't see anything outside. And twins are believable. Triplets, no thank you.
He immediately, he's introduced himself, and suddenly one of the other Lesters pops his head out of the parlor, and he's like, Lester. And he's like, oh my God, Lester, you're here already. You beat me. And he says, yeah, Lester's here too. And suddenly they start to have a conversation like they've known each other for years, but they're conversing like they're different people, even though they're obviously identical, and they're all named Lester. So you're all there and you're all confused. When Jeremiah says, we are about to sit down to the meal, he says that to Dr. Gamble, who's heading towards the kitchen. Dr. Gamble, you get to the kitchen, and Rosemary is in the kitchen, and she's still chopping vegetables and getting things ready. But it doesn't look like she's ready enough if dinner is supposed to start. You said you were going to go for a butcher knife?
If she has a meat cleaver, I'll get one of those. If not, the biggest butcher knife.
There's definitely, she was, chopping some meat. So there's a meat cleaver there.
I'll get that.
Do a pound.
Oh no, 90 on a 65. Am I going to have to start chopping vegetables now?
No, you go forward to where the meat cleaver is. You reach for it, and as you pick it up and bring it towards you, you realize that it is incredibly rusty. And as you're looking at the rust, your eyes go up and you look around the room, and the room is dilapidated. The windows are smashed out. There are bits of weeds that have grown in from the outside up towards the window. There are filthy pots and pans that are rusted. You're pretty sure there's a couple of rats that are running around in the room. There's nothing cooking on the stove. And
no rosemary.
There's no rosemary. And you can hear a distant sound like growling, like something moving through the house. What do you want to do?
What do I want to do? Well, I'm no good at dual-handed weapons, but how good is the edge on this meat cleaver?
Pretty dull.
Pretty dull. All right. Well, a club it is. Walk into the parlor. So there were no more doors in the parlor. I have to go back out in the hall.
The door to the kitchen is a swingy door.
Yeah. So I'll have to go back out in the hall to get to the parlor.
Correct.
That's what I'll do then.
You would have the dining room on your right, and the parlor and the library on your left.
I'm gonna go very quickly, trot, run, whatever I can do.
Okay.
I do not wish to be alone when Dog Lady attacks.
As soon as you step through the swingy door, the meat cleaver looks perfectly fine, and you can still hear kitcheny noises going on in the kitchen behind you. You all see her coming with a meat cleaver.
So right now I'm seeing 3 separate Lesters.
Yeah.
Like being John Malkovich style.
Exactly.
Okay.
Lester.
Except that they're all dressed exactly the same.
They're all dressed exactly the same. So I'll at this point I'll literally just walk up to them and I'm like, you do realize you're the same person, right? And I'll just see
whatever
if I can,
do you mean?
Okay.
I'm nothing at all like Lester.
Then what is his name?
Well, that's Lester.
And what is your name?
Lester.
And that's not the same name?
Yeah, but you think that there's always more than one person with the same name. What's your name?
It's not Lester. Okay.
Obviously not. But whatever it is, I'm sure there are multiple people with your name. And we just happen to have the same last names as well.
And the same face?
There's
the same blood type, probably?
There's another knock at the door, and Jeremiah heads towards the door and opens it. And he's like, "Oh, thank goodness, you've all made it before we begin." And there are at least 5 more Lesters on the front porch that come stepping inside, and they're all greeting one another and brushing the snow off. You've got 8 Lesters.
8 Lesters now
in the house. Before anyone can do anything else, Wayland is not Wayland's his last name. Augustus Wayland appears at the top of the stairs with a young woman. She is dressed all in white. She looks very thin, very pale. And as they come down the stairs, you can do spot hiddens for me.
Yeah. 20 on a 50.
There's a 91.
She looks like she has ashes in her hair as she comes down. She looks rather tired. And she is, arm in arm with Augustus. Says, "Well, everybody, welcome. Please, if you'll all into the dining room, we can. We've already said our hellos, I hope. We can begin the festivities." So, all the Lesters start to sort of funnel.
I hold everyone back. And I said, "Guys, I've seen through this illusion. When I picked this up in the kitchen, I saw how dilapidated the kitchen is. There's no food. There's nothing going on. There's no Rosemary in there working. I saw through.
How do we see through the illusion again?
It happened when I picked up this weapon. Maybe we need to try to pick up weapons, or maybe there's something in each room that we could pick up. But this is how it happened for me."
The words we uncoded. There was prison.
Barrier.
Yeah, when you say pick something up, that makes me think of.
There's silverware. There's plates. There's The table's now completely laid out with stuff.
Well, I was trying to think of the things. I don't know about the little lion on the mantelpiece, but I know about like the statue and the lectern in the library, or was it the library?
I thought that Eldritch had told you about the statue.
Oh, did Eldritch tell you about the statue?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So
is it small enough to like pick up?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be heavy, but it's not much bigger than like this.
Okay.
That's just lead.
But my thing is, I think so. I think we need to really think about this. So there's a lot of Lesters, and there's symbols all around the house for prison, barrier, obstacle. We know that they were performing a ritual that's supposed to trap demons. And we know that it probably, not pointing any fingers, probably could have been done better.
Are you at all caving into getting sort of funneled into? Mm-mm. There's not a lot of room.
No, I'm imagining all of us. So just my mental image was Mike was on his way up the stairs whenever Augustus and his daughter came down. So he's just this frazzled, heavyset man that just holding a wood splitting axe and is backing up into a corner, and everyone else just sort of clustered into the corner.
I have like a
what do we do?
Flaming piece of wood in fireplace tongs, so not much better.
Did you ever put that down?
No, I still have it. I didn't drop it or anything.
So I'm gonna say, I don't think, if we're together, I'm just gonna say, I don't think we should let them finish this, because I feel like whatever they did, they didn't do it right, and there's some type of loop.
Yeah.
Let's try talking to her. If she seems to repeat, if she seems to repeat that, I think then we go upstairs and see what's going on upstairs.
Right.
Dr. Gamble, do you have the utensil that made you see?
Right here. You think I'm putting this down before we get to Ottawa? You're out of your mind.
If I look at it briefly, does it look like anything to me that? Or is it as described?
Do a willpower. You've been quite freaked out.
Failure.
I'm sorry. Was it possible? Did you pass?
No, fail. 68.
Okay. Looks just like a regular cleaver.
What if I look at it?
If you're all trying to see through the illusion, you can try to do a willpower roll.
Okay. And willpower is rolling against what?
Just your pal.
Oh, right.
Ow.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Could I spend 2 luck to make that a pass?
You can.
All right, I'll do that.
Those of you who failed, it all looks exactly like it looks now. It's a nice house. It's lovely. It's warm. Eldritch, you passed. You sort of stand there for a moment. It looks like what they see. You sort of squint your eyes and try to focus your mind that there's something off. And as you look around the dining room, you start to notice that there are just the remnants of old desiccated flowers that have fallen apart in the pots, that the tablecloth is old and it's not torn, but it's rotted in places. You look around at the room, it's the paint is peeling, there's dust everywhere, and it's bitter cold.
Okay.
There's no fire in the fireplace.
Do I see the lion with the symbol on it?
Yes, that is still sitting there.
All right. Could I? Okay. So while I can still see this, I want to look around if I can find any other symbols. I want to look around for indications of what actually happened, because it seems like we're only playing through it's almost like we're watching a video and we're playing through only a part of it, and it keeps like looping and looping and looping. I want to see if there's anything that indicates what actually happened past the loop.
All right, so you're kind of observing. Now at this point, most of the Lesters have gone inside. They're standing next to their chairs. The Waylands were behind, so they've all gone in. And at this point, they start to urge this. Please, we know that you are, you weren't invited guests, but you're certainly welcome to join us. There's plenty of room at the table. It's not an imposition at all, and it would make us all very happy if you would join us. So he's kind of getting you to go inside.
Okay, so he's trying
Yeah, he's not trying to force you, but he's gently, we're about to begin. Please join us. It's important.
Oh, okay.
The rest of you?
Yeah, I'll see what's going on, because we have to stop this.
Yeah, I'm going to go in, but I'm going to try to talk to Veronica.
Okay.
Yeah, I will go in. I feel worried about angering them, so.
All right.
Yeah, I will say Mike, who I cannot overstate, looks much like John Candy with a mustache, but very frazzled and clutching a wood-cutting axe. At least he hopes it's still an axe, and is just going, all right, and heading slowly inside, just looking for something to mess up.
Something somewhat interesting in all that is nobody seems to notice the meat cleaver, the axe, the smoking log held in your tongs. As you come into the room, Sally, you move a spot so that you're close to where Veronica is. Mm-hmm. And as soon as everybody's in the room, she says, please be seated. And everyone sits down. Assume you sit down or not?
Nope.
She looks up at you and she says, please.
We know what you're doing.
Oh, you do. That's yes. Good. That's everybody does. That's why we're here. It's going to be a long.
We're going to go upstairs and stop it.
Oh, well, you can't go upstairs. Everything is set for the ritual. You can't do that. But please join us.
No, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna sit down.
How far was I from the statue in the front hallway?
The statue is in the parlor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's down the hallway and into the parlor, looking out the window, if you recall.
I was trying to think of the nearest one of those cairns or whatever it was. Yeah.
I would like to inch my way over to the lion.
Okay, the lion is on the mantle at the fireplace, which would be directly behind Wayland and his daughter.
I'm gonna go into the library by the one on the lectern.
Well, okay, if you guys are not going to sit down, which is fine, Wayland puts his hand on Veronica and says, well, perhaps we should begin anyway. And she begins a little speech. She says, I'd like to thank you all for coming. As you know, this is going to be a long and difficult operation. I will be fasting and praying and following the ritual to the letter, and hopefully when we come out on the other side, 18 months, we'll be able to summon our guardian angel at last. And everybody's listening and smiling. She looks over at you guys as you're sort of, some of you are leaving the room. Did anybody have a seat? I think Dr. Vaughn, did you see? Okay.
I'll
Dr.
take a
Hoffman
seat
is
as
still
well.
clutching his axe with that seat, and
Right.
just like he doesn't know what to do, but they're saying, "Oh, just come on." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
Rosemary comes in now with the tureen, and she begins to spoon soup into your bowls. I would like those who are sitting to do a willpower roll.
That is an +4, extreme success.
Big failure.
Okay. Dr. Henry, it smells delicious. It looks like vegetable soup. Dr. Huffman, there's something old and rotten in your bowl, and a rat suddenly squeaks at you as he looks up and sees you and scurries across the table.
At this point, I feel like Mike is about to flip and start swinging the axe. If we wanted to move to another character, that's sort of his last straw.
What are you going to swing the axe at?
You said Veronica was pouring the soups and whatnot?
No.
Rosemary.
The maid.
I think we have it on good authority that Rosemary, the butler, everyone has been repeating, like this is some sort of memory of the failed attempt. Mike is going to bum rush Veronica with the axe, just screaming.
Okay, so you've got to stand up, put your chair back.
Oh yeah, like he is standing up in a rush. Chair is, I don't know what that sound is. Chair is
Are we
falling
hearing
back
something?
behind him.
I'm hearing static or something.
Yeah, some static from something.
Oh, there it stopped.
Yeah.
It's gone. Okay. All right.
Mike is standing up in a rush, chair falling back behind him, and just screaming and bum rushing
Okay.
Veronica.
Well, what actually happens is you stand up, you push your chair back, and the chair falls, and there is this sort of slow motion moment when the chair is going, the chair hits the ground with a cracking noise, and you are all suddenly standing in an old, dilapidated house. It looks like it hasn't been occupied for years. There's layers of dust. There's the squeaking of rats that you can hear. And Dr. Vaughn, much to your continued sanity loss, the soup that smelled so good a moment ago is suddenly old, crusty, dried up, rotten bowl. All of the Lesters are gone, and all of the maid, the butler, and the Whalens have vanished. There's dust on everything, and you can still see out the holes of where the windows once were. You can see it is snowing strongly, and it is very cold in here. You can see the breath coming out of your mouth. What do you do?
Go upstairs.
I recoil from the bowl. What does it seem like I've eaten?
You didn't eat any of it. You were
Okay,
about
good.
to. Dr. Gamble stands up.
I would like to try to destroy the symbol on the lion.
Okay. How?
With that rat tooth comb.
You could toss it on fire.
I mean, there is no
Oh, is the
fire.
fire still going?
Because everything's
There's no
dilapidated.
fires.
Oh, okay,
like-
never mind.
There
Never
will
There's
mind.
be.
nothing real
What?
hard to hit it with. Just
You
try
guys,
to.
you guys also seem a little bit dirty, like you've been climbing around in this filthy house.
Digging in
Like we've been-
graves. Yay.
Like we've been chilling in a house that's falling down? Yeah.
All right, so Dr. Gamble is getting up and going to head towards the stairs. Mike, you've stood up, getting ready to swing your axe, and suddenly there's nothing in front of you. Dr. Vaughn, the table is filthy, and you're sitting there. Dr. Welsh, what were you going to do? You're also standing
I
there.
think I pictured that I hadn't completely come in the door to the dining room. So as Sally is going upstairs, I'm gonna go.
You're going to go with her?
Yeah,
And Eldridge, you're
go
heading
with her.
towards the little statue.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay. How are you going to do this, Eldridge?
Literally try to get it. I don't know how high it is. How high is it off the ground, like the mantle?
Oh, it's, you could reach up there. It's right there.
Okay, so I would put my right arm around the mane of the lion and just use the comb.
It's not that big. It's just like
it's like that? Okay, so I would just grab it and just start chiseling at the side to see if I could.
When you reach up and you grab hold of the lion, it's very heavy, but you can sort of pull it off the mantle into your hands. You know that it's going to be heavy. When you do that, there's a small earthquake. You can feel everything in the house start to creak, and the ground, literally, you can hear the rumble of the ground as you've moved it. Somewhere in the house, you can hear something moving around, like it's growling and moving as you are picking that statue up. At the same moment, coming around the corner, while you, Sally and Dr. Mirnan, you see it first, coming down the stairs is Mr. Wayland and his daughter. And as they're coming around, they're looking around like this, and they look over at you and they're like, what on earth happened? What's happened to our home? And they come down the stairs. Eldridge, what are you going to do? You're going to still scrape the symbol off?
I'm hesitant now because as soon as I did a swipe.
Yeah, it was like something you were doing. When you touched the thing and started moving it, it was as if it was shaking the whole house. When you stopped moving it,
it stopped.
It stopped.
So it's less the chiseling than more of me just touching
right.
it.
Right. You hadn't even gotten to the point where you were going to chisel it yet. You were just moving it.
Okay, and this one, if I remember correctly, this one was prison.
Barrier.
Yeah, lion says
Barrier.
prison. No,
The lion,
barrier.
the lion was barrier.
Lion was barrier.
So lion was.
The lectern is prison, and the this bust is obstacle.
Obstacle.
What was the Latin?
Oh,
The
yeah, the Latin.
book.
That was
The
Bible
farmer
on
knows
the
how to
lectern.
plow his fields correctly.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I keep saying Mr. and Mrs. It's Mr. Wayland and his daughter. They're like, what has happened to our house? We were just about to begin the celebration and everything has changed.
Okay, so now they're aware of the dilapidation around them.
Right.
Okay, so I will pick up the statue again.
Okay. Once again, everything starts to shake. What's happening?
I mean, I would scream and say, someone needs to get to the lectern and someone needs to get to that bust.
All right, I'll get to the lectern.
I
I'll
think
go to
I
the
hear
bus.
him. Yeah.
Okay.
Run
Okay.
in that direction.
If they keep saying what's happening, I'll just say, you're trapped here. Something you did went wrong.
What do you mean we're trapped here?
You, sir, are dead. You're not even alive. We've seen you in your grave.
What?
You're in the mausoleum outside. Your body is in the mausoleum outside. I don't know what your daughter did.
He looks
Yeah,
at Veronica and he looks back at you and he says, we're dead?
You're dead. We don't know about her.
That might explain a lot. You hear that growling suddenly, and you can hear crashing somewhere in the house. What's that?
What is that? I asked them.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. What is that? You said that you've seen things. What do you mean you've seen things?
We've seen your dead wife. She's been attacking people.
He puts his hand to his head. I had an incorrect translation.
What happened to your wife, sir?
My wife has nothing to do with this. It was her death that prompted me to attempt the Abermalin Operation, but...
Okay, but it is her that is attacking everyone. So
No.
what happened to her?
I don't think it is her. I think it's something else. If I manage to summon something, could it be a
How do we
demon?
get rid of it? How do we get rid of it?
Well, we have the Key of Solomon.
I do.
There's a book in the library.
And I hold it up. You mean this one?
Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
What we have to do, we have to draw that figure on the floor, not even the whole thing. You see the triangle at the top? That's the trap for the demons. We need to trap the demons, and then we can send them back with the spell that's in the book. I must have made a horrible mistake.
And which is why I'm concerned that if we listen to him, because he doesn't have exactly the best track record when it comes to, unholy rituals, we need to, can someone skim through that book just to make sure?
I think Dr. Welsh did. I think she did.
The reason why the spell failed me was because I had a bad translation. I only performed the ritual for 6 months, thinking that would end it. But it should have been 18 months. That's why my daughter's going to attempt it, doing me full.
I'm going to look around to everyone and say, does anybody have any chalk or anything that we could draw this with?
I have a fountain pen and bottle of ink.
It's not going to be enough. Yes, there may be chalk upstairs.
Well, then we need to go upstairs.
So, let's do it.
And they sort of stand by the wayside, looking at one another.
No.
Feeling their hands.
You're coming upstairs with us.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I take the line with me?
Every time you touch the line, the more you move it, the more everything begins to shake and start to fall apart. I'm afraid
let's go upstairs first and check out what's up there.
Okay.
I say we all go upstairs together.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll let the line go and kind of follow behind Drs. Gamble and Welsh.
Mike, you got that axe?
Like, what is Dr. Huffman doing at this point? Because
So at this whole time, Mike has been he got up in a scream, hoisting the axe up, and then everything changed, and it transitioned into this silent whine that died in the back of his throat. And he has just been standing there in a bit of a fugue, shouting anything and everything.
Okay.
And he sees this Victorian girl.
I will slap him across the face and snap in front of him and see if I can break him out of his candy top. Hey, we're here, we're good. Come back, you're here.
All right, so you go, the Waylands come with you, and they sort of guide your way. Now, you get to the top of the stairs, and there's a little hallway, and there are 2 doors on the right-hand side and 1 door at the end on the left-hand side. Wayland says, that is my room, and the one on the opposite side, that's Veronica's room, and this is the ritual space that we've set aside. It's all been sealed with beeswax to keep the sand in.
The sand?
The sand?
Yes, part of the Abermalin Operation is once you have gained the ability, you write the sigils in the sand, and it grants what you're doing. This is all detailed in the back of the Abermalin Operation.
So is that a way for us to draw the sigil on the floor?
Probably not, because it's sand. There's a space between the kitchen and the servants' quarters that's a large storage area with a flat cement floor. That might be a good spot to do that. It's going to take some time, but you should be able to. Once again, you hear crashing somewhere in the house. You can hear crashing somewhere from the house.
Can we tell where it is?
No, because it's a ways away.
Okay. Well, but it's like
it's
not
downstairs
in one of these
somewhere.
rooms.
Right, it's downstairs somewhere. All right. So where do you want to go first? Since we're all together, let's stick together.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm still just imagining people are steering Mike, just sort of pointing him in which direction.
Everybody's like, go this way, go this way.
I don't even want to touch him. I'm literally just pulling him by the axe down the hallway.
Basically, yeah. He still just got it. So you're grabbing the bottom part and just kind of like a little short wooden leash.
It's like, there we go. That.
I've got the edge of his shirt. I'm just pulling him along the hallway.
Okay. Let's check out the two open rooms first. Quick check.
Okay.
But we're not going to disturb the sealed room, right?
I would like to go straight for the chalk.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look for chalk. Yeah.
So let's all head downstairs so we can grab what we need. So the chalk is downstairs, and the place we can do the rituals downstairs, right?
No, the chalk is upstairs.
No, the chalk is up here.
Okay, so let's grab the chalk and then go down to the ritual space and get this started, because we don't have a lot of time.
Right.
He says, I probably have chalk in my room.
Okay.
Right.
Let's go there.
All right, so you walk down the hall, and this is the door on the left. You kind of realize that at some point in time, this might have been a very beautiful house, but at this point, carpets are all ratty. The paint's peeled. The door is a wooden door, but it opens very easily. You can see that it's a man's room. Definitely, there's a man's bed. The fittings and things in the room are very masculine. There's a number of bookcases. There is, interestingly enough, a thing on the wall that looks kind of like some of you would be familiar with Judaism. It would be a thing that you would keep a Torah in, the scrolls, and other things like that. He says in the top drawer, you should find chalk.
All right.
I'm going to go over and...
Okay. As you go for the chalk, that scares you when I say that. You go for the chalk, you realize there's a journal on the top of the desk. It's open. It's a little bit rotted. There's an old inkwell that's dry, but obviously it at one point had ink. Do you want to look at it?
I will read it to see what I can see.
Okay.
I hope I still have eyeballs after this. Okay. It is amazing how the same concept can appear across different religions, albeit wearing a different face and bearing a different name. The name Malachim are God's messengers, part of a heavenly hierarchy, and have no physical form, although, that word. Maimonides, thank you, phoned a friend, propose that they are a metaphorical representation of laws of nature and universal principles. Malachi?
I think Malachi.
Malachi are messengers and agents of God's will, and also part of a celestial hierarchy, and their forms are incomprehensible. Even in dreams, they manifest in different forms. Various branches of Christianity portray angels differently. Catholicism divides them into 9 choirs and describes them as being forever incorporeal, although the seraphim are also described as 6-winged, the cherubim as four-faced and having faces of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. The thrones as burning wheels rimmed with eyes. Protestantism describes them as a genderless and invisible messengers and agents of God's will. If it is required to ensure that God's will is enacted, they can become corporeal. I wonder exactly how to describe the unequaled beauty of my holy guardian angel when the time comes. I wonder this every day. The last entry reads, at midnight tonight, 18 months have elapsed in their entirety. Tomorrow I begin the final stage before, if I'm successful this time, my holy guardian angel will appear. The next time I write here will confirm my success or my failure. I hope for the former. Hold on. He said that the Augustus we're talking to said that he did it for 6 months and he was incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
That said that he's about to attempt 18 months and he was going to write a success or failure.
But the one that we're talking to said the daughter is going to be the one to do it at 18 months because he messed up at 6.
Yep. Well, let's go look in her room.
Yeah. I feel like that just confused me more.
Did I find any chalk?
Yes, there is a box of chalk in various colors.
Okay. I'm going to grab that chalk.
Are you going to continue with them, or are you going to go? Are you going to continue with them, or are you going to go start?
I am going to say to them, you can go investigate the daughter's room if you want, but I think I should start, or somebody should start drawing this sigil as soon as possible because it's going to take some time.
Veronica says to you, and she points at the in the book. She says, "This here, that's the big circle with all of the text and stuff around it. This is designed to protect the summoner who wishes to torture and enslave the demon." And then she said, but here at the top, the circle with the triangle and the names of God written around it, that's the trap for the demon. That's the only part that you actually need, because we're sending it back. We're not summoning it. So it's a little easier, it's a little faster to draw that.
Okay, but I still think I should start as soon as possible.
Yes, sure. Do you want her to go with you?
Is anyone of you coming down with me?
I will assist.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to walk briskly back to the stairs.
Okay.
And we're gonna go down the stairs and go to the space that they've identified for the ritual or whatever.
And Veronica's going to come with you, and Dr. Henry. So where she's sort of pointing you to is you've got to go through the kitchen to that other door. And the other door, when it opens, you can see that it is a storeroom. Actually, without you having to roll anything, what you kind of realize is that this is the main house, and then there was a servant's house that was there, and eventually they were connected. At some point they weren't connected, but at this point they're connected, so that the servants didn't have to go outside, into the weather. So this is the area between the two houses. So then there's another door going into their private quarters, and then here on the floor, you can move everything out of the way, and it's mostly damaged furniture and stuff that's rotting, but there's a nice big area of flat cement. And she begins to show you where it says in the book what you're supposed to do and in which color you're supposed to do it.
Right. Because it is in different colors, right?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So you're doing that. You guys upstairs, you open Veronica's door, and it is a very, very Spartan room. There is a single sort of bookcase that has a number of things on it. There is a copy of the Abermalin but it doesn't look like the one downstairs. It looks much older. It doesn't have all the decoration on the cover, but when you open it up, you can see that it is, in fact, the same text as downstairs, although probably correct and not false. There's a bed. There is a little wardrobe, and in the wardrobe there are hung a number of white linen robes and things like that are all part of it. All of these things are dusty, but they're in fairly decent condition. They've been in here all this time, kind of sealed down. On the other end of the room, there is an arching doorway. It's not a door. There's nothing there. But you can see in the other room, well, before the other room, there is a piece of wood, say like a 2x4, that's been laid across the floor right where this opening is. And you can see that it's to keep the sand in. The other room is completely covered in a layer of sand. And you can see that there's places where it's been disturbed going forward and back. In the center of the room, there is an altar. It could be made of wood. You're pretty sure it would be wood in a place like this. It could be a big stone thing. But it's covered in linens. There are a number of things on the top of the altar. They look like some sort of implements. There's a bell. There's a little knife. There's something like that. And hanging over this is a lantern, large, looks like an oil lantern. So a rather exotic looking
nice. Yeah.
thing hanging over the center of it.
Very cool.
And as you are looking, there is something on the other side of the altar. Before we get to that, why don't you all do spot hiddens while you're in Veronica's actual room?
Nope.
Oof.
Hard success.
Okay. She also seems to have been keeping a journal. It's sitting there on the table. Did you want to look at it?
Yeah, Mike won't say anything. He'll finally start moving of his own volition and go to the journal.
All right. You pick up the journal and you start reading it.
Before, passages from Veronica Whalen's journal. Before beginning the Abermalin Operation, I've said before I do not believe it was a heart attack. My father was murdered, I'm certain of this, but I need proof. All I have is the text he followed. That must be it. Lester Goodman sold him the book and lamp. Who is he? Why did he want my father dead? The only way to obtain proof is to follow in my father's footsteps and trap the being that did this to him once it appears again. I am confident I can hold it here once it is summoned. I know the arts by which I can interrogate it. If it withstands my questioning, at least I will have it imprisoned to show others. The authorities will have to believe me then. I will draw upon the power of Saturn to construct a ward that will hold the spirit. Sigils created from its Kamea will mark the 4 cardinal directions and turn the house into a prison it cannot escape. Should the need arise, these may be brought together around the spirit to banish it, akin to tightening a noose around its neck until it has no direction left in which to flee, but back to the invisible world from whence it came. Barrier, bind, obstacle, prison. These words hold the spirit in Saturn's leaden grip. May the faces of the angels that guard the gates of the gardens of Eden guard this house and prevent any evil from leaving. Flips ahead to the last entry. Midnight. 18 months have come to an end. If I fail tomorrow and I follow in my father's footsteps, ultimately to my own grave, I hope that someone might one day read this and succeed in bringing the guilty to justice. May the fruit of any victory the spirit attain prove to be a Saturnine Chalice indeed. He closes the book. Well, shit.
Those of you who have moved over and are looking in at the altar and so forth. There's something on the other side of the altar that catches your attention. It looks like something sort of slumped over, but the altar itself is kind of in the way.
I'm going to poke it.
Well, you're going to go in there?
Yeah, I'm going to poke it.
So you'll have to go in onto the sand and around. You start to do that, and what you realize is on the other side, there is the desiccated corpse of a woman. And she apparently had a very long wand, like a magic wand, but maybe 6 feet long, and it was sharpened at one end. She seems to have placed it against the altar and thrown herself onto it. And she's half still standing. And from the color of the hair, you're pretty sure it's Veronica. And he hit it, and it falls over and sort of clatters the bones and the dried skin. What do you want to do?
We need to find that fourth one.
Yeah. You guys think we should take the wand?
Yeah, can I check around the wand or the altar area and just looking for another of those scribbles?
There are some really interesting things here. There is the altar itself you can lift up the linen, and there's an underneath. And there's all sorts of interesting things. There's little implements, there's writing utensils. There is a stack of little tiny squares of paper, and things that all look like they have some sort of religious use. But nothing really unusual. The wand itself seems to be the branch of something that has been polished and sharpened. But you don't know.
Where, based on where the other 3 points were, where would that fourth point be?
Well, the bust with the thing, that would have been more or less on the south end of the house.
So north is the lion.
No, the lion would be the east. No, the west.
The west.
The lectern would be the east, and the north would be probably somewhere in the servants' quarters.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
where the crashing sound is coming from?
Well, no, you're not sure where the crashing sound is coming from. But meanwhile,
that's what we're walking into.
Veronica has told you, Dr. Welch, to leave at least one letter unfinished, because you got to make sure everybody's here. The second you finish the letter, it's going to act like a magnet and start calling the demon. And you can hear the demon somewhere in the house rustling around. So
calling
your friend should be
trap
here.
It?
Calling it and trapping it. But we have to send it back to hell before it gets its way out. This is what you've drawn on the floor.
Why does everybody need to be here? Are you afraid that it's going to
Because it's our strength of will and your camaraderie and friendship, I guess, that sort of acts as a barrier against evil. Apparently, I'm dead, as is my father. It needs to be done by somebody who's not dead. We have no power over the demon. And as soon as you banish it, the spell should be broken and we should be released. We can go wherever we're supposed to go, hopefully heaven.
Could I yell out and they would hear me? I could try.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
They'd hear you faintly from upstairs, but yeah,
Yeah, so I'm going to call the rest of you should come down here and so I've drawn everything except that last symbol.
Right.
Okay.
So you guys all hear her downstairs. There's nothing else to find up here.
Okay.
So you guys go down?
Yep.
Going down.
All right. You go into the room. You can see they've cleared it. You've seen they've drawn everything on the ground properly. The last symbol that you're going to add is the L in Michael, which is the name that's written around the center circle.
I resemble that remark.
The other words are, I'm not even going to try to pronounce them.
Tetragrammaton.
Hebrew words.
Yeah, it's Greek.
Something Fatagan, Relier.
Yeah.
I also have Greek, incidentally.
Fingluey.
So Waylon comes, Augustus comes with you, of course, and she's pointed out what you need to say, and also expresses that you will be in some danger until the demon is stuck in that hole. So watch yourselves, be careful.
So hurry up and get down here.
Right. So they all come down.
So should we not try and push the statues together before we set the bait? If the statues are going to start pinning it in more and more, we could at least just grab all three of them and start, closing it in.
I think they're lead, based on the fact that you said they were heavier than they looked.
Yeah, so the statue head will be arguably the worst one to move. But the lion...
Yeah, because that one's like a person size, isn't it?
You hear crashing. You hear crashing from the other room. You hear something coming.
Well, you don't need to do that. Remember,
I'm just gonna do it, okay? And I'm gonna go and draw in the last symbol.
Okay. You draw on the last symbol, and suddenly
back away to a wall.
From somewhere in the room or somewhere in the house, you hear a screeching sound. It's horrible. It actually hurts your ears, and you hear things smashing, and you can hear it getting closer and closer, and suddenly, coming around the corner into the room from the hall is from the kitchen, is this demon thing. How to decide who is closest to that door?
Luck roll.
Let's see. I'll just make it random. So it is Mike.
Of course it is.
The demon thing comes in. It sees you, Mike, and it lunges at you. What do you do? Do you want to fight
I lunge
it or
right back in a feeble dodging type manner because I have no problem.
You still have your axe, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to carry around that axe. He's going to carry around that axe in Ottawa.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I'm going to turn it into a cane if I ever make it out of this. He is
never lunged.
He is lunging madly. Like this is all that pent up, just confusion, and everything is going at this thing.
Okay. Go ahead. I've rolled for the attack. You can roll for attack back.
All right. I mean,
triple
should
zero.
I burn half of my luck to make this connect? Maybe.
Are you going to carry this character forward? No. Go ahead.
Yeah, burn that luck.
All right. Yeah, I am going to burn 24 luck.
Okay.
To turn that into a regular success.
All right. She failed. So you swing the axe and it hits her and You're not sure whether it damages her. It looks like it damages her, but it definitely throws her over towards the side, and she ends up right in front of Eldritch. At which point she spins with her claws and her fangs and leaps towards Eldritch. Veronica, to Dr. Welch, points at this passage in the book. You need to say that.
Can I say it?
Well, you don't see that.
No,
she's saying it to Welch.
Yeah. Okay,
but
I will.
Okay, so you're going to say that, but at the same time, Eldritch, what did you do? How did you do?
She's coming up at me.
Right, she's literally right in front of you. So it's.
I'm gonna jump back, and as she's coming at me, I'm gonna take out that rat tooth comb and like direct it at her eye, so she kind of use her own momentum against her.
Okay, go ahead.
God, what is that? Unarmed, I guess.
Brawl, I think.
Brawl. Okay. Yeah. That is a reason for me to use luck. Hold on, please.
Do it.
Okay.
Peer pressure.
So I rolled a 54. My brawl is a 25.
All right. So you gotta do
count.
20.
That's only 19
29
luck. I just burned more than that.
Well, is it 29 or 19? No. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
19. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Want to spend it?
Yeah, I'm going to spend it.
Right.
I feel like it's worth me not, dying.
Right. She also missed you rather badly. So I'll allow it. As she comes forward, you jam that thing right into her eye socket, at which point she screeches and backs away right towards where Sally is standing.
Sally, I'll get you a new comb, I promise.
But there's something that
you can keep that one. You can keep that one.
Something that you notice, Sally, as she's moving towards you. Dr. Welch is reciting something, and it's almost like that green circle in the middle of the thing. It almost becomes like a vacuum cleaner. You can see the dust in the air suddenly start to head towards that, and the demon has to dig her claws into the cement floor to try to keep from getting pulled backwards. But you have a chance to do something to her if you want to.
So there's one of two things I could do. I could thwack her with my trusty flashlight, or I could just like kick her in the chest to kick her towards the vacuum.
Okay.
I guess that's unarmed combat.
It's a brawl.
Keymaster or anything.
Yeah. Do that. Sparta kick.
73 on a 25. But I can burn the that's what, 48.
You'll have to actually get a hard.
Okay. Yeah, I miss her or whatever.
Okay. So
yeah, I don't think I have that much to burn. So
when you lunge forward like that, she uses the opportunity of your foot to latch a hold of your foot to try to pull herself away from the circle. Her claws kind of dig in, and they do 3 points of damage to your leg.
These are my Italian shoes. Let me go.
So Sally screams a little. Dr. Henry, what do you want to do? She's now grappled by this thing.
Is there any way I can pull this Sally away from the creature?
Sure.
I'll try. What would that
do a strength roll?
Could I assist?
That is a 33, and my strength is 60. So that's
okay.
Normal.
So you're succeeding in pulling her back. She lets go of Sally, and you pull Sally away from it. She takes her claw and digs it into the cement. It literally digs into the cement as she's being pulled backward. Myrna, you're reading. Mike, I think you can act again. What do you want to do?
Is the thing I'm reading in English or Hebrew?
It's probably in
Or
Hebrew, but it's phonetically written out.
Okay, because I was gonna yell at one of them to get over here and read with me, and hopefully that would make it stronger.
Unless it's in Spanish, I can't help.
Yeah, I don't know that any of the other.
Well, if it's written phonetically, we can
It's phonetically, you can
kind of follow along.
And my best bet might be language. So
Yeah. I'll, if you allow me, when it's my turn, I'll run over and help her.
Okay.
Read.
So on my turn, she is screeching and digging her claws into the cement.
Right.
Mike is going to try to triangle stance his legs and bring that axe down to lop her hand off right at the wrist.
Okay.
Big money, big money. All right.
No joker.
Okay. That is... I'm going to burn 1 luck. 25.
Okay. I will say that you bring that axe down right on her wrist. Her hand is severed. She tries to not scramble, tries to not fall backwards, but she's scrambling and you can see her fly backward. And it's kind of like the sound of like a jar being suddenly closed, thump like that. Her hand also goes flying back. It's also being drawn. And for that moment, she is suddenly in the circle, in the middle, and she's got her one hand in her stump, trying to get out of it. And then Veronica points to another passage. She says, that will send it back to hell.
And I will start on that one.
And she goes over and she holds her father's hand. And she's like, see you on the other side, because this should break the curse.
Yeah, you're both going to heaven.
All right, so Myrna, you save the spell, and as you do this, first of all, you sort of see smoke inside it almost looks like there's a tube. There's smoke, and then suddenly the center of the circle seems to fall away, and fire and brimstone are shooting up, and the thing screeches and gets sucked down into the circle, and then there's like a mighty glump, and the circle reforms itself, and you're all standing there around the circle, and Veronica and Augustus are still standing there. And they're like, we don't understand. That should be the end of it. The curse should be broken. Something is trapping us here. We can't seem to leave. What do you guys do?
We checked out barn.
Sorry about it.
Checked out her room.
It has to be those statues.
Yeah.
Because those statues probably are to trap spirits. It doesn't matter if it's a good or bad
statues are holding them in too. Yeah. You're right.
So it doesn't matter if we move them now, right? Because the demon is gone.
Correct.
The demon's
Theoretically.
gone.
And we're
Next
supposed
time?
to bring them together according to her journal, right?
That was
tighten
to
the noose.
tighten the noose around the
That was
demon's
to
neck.
tighten-
That was to tighten the noose around the demon. Okay.
Now it's just a trap.
But
that's
to
sitting
let
there.
them out,
Okay.
we would have to break one of them.
Yeah, then
Okay,
we would just
well,
need
let's
to
do
break
that.
Yeah.
Dismantle the lectern or something.
Do you are you going to go find the
Fourth
the
one.
bowl?
Yeah, let's go. Let's. We haven't ransacked the servants' quarters yet. Let's go do that.
Yeah, let's do it. Why
Indeed,
not?
you. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Listen.
I should have muted. I didn't.
We didn't hear it anyway.
You go through the door into the servants' quarters, and once again, you're seeing dilapidation. It's a smaller building. It's a smaller house. Would have been rather cozy way back when. And sitting on their little mantle is, in fact, the bull. I'll show it to you, though you've already figured out what it says.
Those were the faces of the guardians of the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one that says bind. All right, so you find it. It's actually even a smaller little statue than the lion. Lead is a fairly soft metal, too.
How about we have Mike hack it?
Yeah,
I mean,
lay it down on its side and try and just
For axe.
whack it.
Okay. I'm not even going to have the luck roll. You find very easily that the symbol is easily marred. The lead is soft enough where you can at least partly cut it almost in half with a blade of an axe. In any case, you obliterate the symbol. What do you do next? Where do you go?
Go see if they're still here.
Did Augustus and Veronica come with us?
No, but they're just outside the servants' doors.
well, they're no longer bound, but they're still in a prison. You have to destroy the lion.
You see them there. They're still there.
Let's go destroy them all.
Yeah.
I think we should get rid of Mole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll head to destroy the lion.
Okay.
I'll go up and start chopping up the lectern.
Okay.
Okay.
You really only have to destroy the symbol. That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
right.
yeah, I'll just.
So
you destroy the lion.
In this house, so.
You destroy the symbol on the lion. You destroy the symbol on the lectern. The only one left is the one on the statue.
And I've got the cleaver. I'll just hack at that one and scratch at it.
You hack
until
at
it's
it.
gone.
The moment you hack or damage that symbol, you suddenly see Veronica and Augustus fade away. They're gone. And you are all alone in this damaged house. It's not quite as cold as it felt a little while ago. And looking out the windows, you don't see any snow. It's now, of course, nighttime, but you can see snow in the dark. It's pretty bright. I'd like you all to do the listening rolls.
Nope.
37 under 70. Success.
Okay.
Fail.
48 under 50. So success.
Okay. So it looks like Huffman and Welch can. You're standing there. You get a feeling like, tinnitus, that sort of high pitched in your ear. You get that sort of high pitched whistle in your ear, and it sort of clouds out other noises. And at first you don't, we all get that every once in a while, and you don't really think anything of it. But you notice that both of you are acting, oddly like that. At that point, the other three, you also start to get this high-pitched whistling noise. And then it starts to get louder. And it's not just a whistle, it's almost the sound of multiple voices, sort of, or pipe organ like. It's building in intensity and building in intensity, and you guys are right in the foyer, or the foyer, however you pronounce it. All of a sudden, you hear a crashing noise coming from upstairs, and the upstairs area is suddenly flooded with light. And you get the impression that something is moving towards the staircase. What do you guys want to do?
Mike is grabbing his axe and heading up towards the staircase.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not going up the stairs, but I'll turn and wait to see what it is. Because if it's one of those big angel things with the wheels and the eyes, I want to see that.
And
How about the rest of you?
I'm going to grab the heaviest thing in my nearby vicinity and move towards the stairs with Mike and Sally.
Dr. Vaughn?
I think I will. I'll stand there and wait. I'll look at it.
Okay. And Dr. Flint?
I'm going to bow down and avert my eyes.
Okay, but you're staying there and bowing down and averting your eyes? All right. There is a moment when, Dr. Dr. Flint has sort of averted his eyes. The rest of you see this light coming, and suddenly everything around you seems to get dark as this blindingly white entity appears at the top of the stairs. And the sound is becoming a vibration that sort of moves through the air, and you can feel this tremendous noise. It almost feels like your hearts are going to stop from the noise. And this thing is so splendid and glowing with light and everything as it's approaching you. Dr. Flint, you can hear the other four, gasping and breathing hard as if they're seeing something terrifying or beyond their comprehension. If you want to keep looking downwards, you can do a willpower roll to see if you glance up.
Power is 55. Okay. Oof, that is a 86.
You fail. Okay. So in that last, you just want a glimpse. So you peek, you look up to see it, and the second you see it, you're blown away by the thing. And as it's still moving towards you down the stairs, this the voice sounds like ocean waves crashing and thunder, like 1,000 voices speaking at the same time. And it says, "You have freed me. Would you like to see the face of God?"
No.
No, I'm good.
No, thanks.
This onslaught of stimulus coming in through his eyes, his ears, and everything. He's shouting, but doesn't know if he's even making sound. And he's just trying to shout, "Go away, go away. You are not welcome here."
Henry Vaughn will say yes.
Because how much worse can it get, right?
Anyone else say yes other than Henry? Henry, as the thing is moving down, you guys are all now being sort of blasted by sound and light. You can feel the heat. Your clothes, in fact, are almost starting to smolder, although, it's like a super sunburn at that point. The thing says, "As you wish." And you see Henry standing next to you. He sort of throws out his arms and he begins to glow, and he seems to be filled with light, and the thing sort of embraces him, and there's a crashing noise as the top of the house is shattered, and both he and the thing vault into the sky with a thunderclap. And you can all do sanity rolls except for Henry. We'll get to him in a second.
Well, that was unexpected.
Yeah.
Henry can make ascension rolls. That is at 96. No.
If you-
97.
if
That
you-
is a 7.
Okay.
This
If
is
you
the
passed-
collective lose our shit moment.
If you passed, roll a 1d6. If you failed, roll a 1d20.
Ooh, 5.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, only a 5.
I rolled a 7.
I lost 2.
How did you do, Sally? Dr. Campbell.
I lost 5 points. I've lost a total of 7.
Okay, so I don't, yeah.
Okay, don't care about that.
Everybody who did 5 or more? Okay. We'll start with Myrna. You're terrified, but you're okay.
Yeah.
Sally. Sally, you are going to run in terror.
That's fair.
Eldridge, you are going to faint. You're going to pass out. And Mike, you are also fleeing in terror. So from Dr. Myrna's point of view, 2 of them have, Eldridge is just dropped on the floor unconscious. And the other 2 have run out of the house. Sally and Mike roll luck rolls. Because you're out of your mind at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I made it.
All right. Oh, I have 26 luck now. That is a fail, 58.
Okay, Sally, you passed?
Yes.
Sally, when you run out of the house, you run down the walk through the gate and you're heading towards the car.
Yes, absolutely.
Mike, you run down the walk to the gate and you're running in the wrong direction. So, and you will each run for 4 rounds, and then you would have to do constitution rolls to see if you just drop and pass out at that point. Mira, what do you do when they run away? Do you help Eldridge or do you run after them?
I'm gonna say, oh, huh, and just like
It's less than It's you're stark raving terrified at this moment, but you're still in control.
Okay. I am going to wander into the library, and or maybe the parlor, and sit down.
Okay, most of the furniture is all rotted. The roof has been blown off the building. But you're going to stay there?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay around for Eldridge to wake up.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to snow.
All right. So in this case, Sally, you will get to the car. And then the other people's fate, who knows? Well, you can make up your own ending, but you all survive. One thing that Sally will notice when she gets to the car is that it's almost full of gasoline.
Oh, that's nice.
Dr. Vaughn.
Rocket Man over here.
The angel thing fulfills your wish. You suddenly find yourself flying through the universe. You've been somehow converted into energy and light, and you see stars and galaxies all flying by, and at first the experience is rather wonderful, and then you realize that you are approaching something that is giving off psychic impact waves that are hitting you, and you take your place in the great dance around Azathoth at the center of the universe. And the servitor that brought you there takes his place back where he used to be and begins his piping. And that's pretty much where the story ends. So, what happened? The Waylands were into the occult, but the occult is all nonsense. All of the spells and witchcraft and all of this stuff is just utter nonsense. And he had been trying to do the Abermalin Operation, which is a real thing. These are things you can look up, in the hopes of contacting his guardian angel. The first time he attempted it, he had a bad translation, in fact. And he realized his mistake when he went to a bookstore and Lester Goodman, i.e. Nyarlathotep, gave him a corrected version of the book. And he gave him a chaos lantern, which they installed over the altar. Every time you light a chaos lantern, it absorbs magical energy from the person who lit it. And when it reaches a certain point of saturation, it summons a servitor of Azathoth, which is what happened. So as he completed the ritual, the servitor of Azathoth appeared. He thought it was an angel, and he asked to see the face of God. And so he was taken also to Azathoth. The result was that his body, which was left here, had a heart attack and died. So his daughter comes back thinking that, well, by now my fathers must have finished the ritual, finds that he's dead, buries him, and then starts going through his notes and realizes that what might have happened. But she doesn't know about the servitor thing. So she starts doing the same ritual, but she creates the Saturnine Chalice to trap any spirits in the house. As a result, when she completes the ritual, the servitor once again appears and she questions it as to what happened. The servitor doesn't lie. It explains what happened. And then it was going to leave. She banishes it, but it can't seem to leave the house. So it wants to know why it can't leave. She realizes in that moment that it can read minds and that it has been absorbing information from her father and so forth. So she commits suicide to keep it from knowing how to break the prison. She dies. The thing is imprisoned. It's furious, but it's stuck. So it bides its time. It waits. And then one day, 5 professors start to drive by in their car. And so it says, let's see if they can figure out what's keeping me here. And it makes it look like, it can project illusion. It makes it seem like your gas tank has run out of gas and you come. The fun part about the servitor is, except for what it's gleaned from the minds of the Waylands, it has no concept of how our universe works. So when you walk in and you notice that the chandelier, the wires aren't there, this chandelier works because the thing is projecting the illusion that it's happening. It gets the idea that it's going to put you guys in jeopardy and make you think that you're trapped here along with it. So all of the rain and snow, that's all an illusion, in the hopes that you'll figure out what to do. It had memories that it had gleaned from the Waylands about magic circles and all this other stuff, which was nonsense, but it was using you. It was also getting a little bit of energy from you and figuring out what you might think, what you might do and notice. And it was manipulating you all the time. There were no Waylands here. They were long dead. There was no servants. Had you gone into the basement, you would have discovered the servants' bodies down there, because they did come back from vacation, and the servitor tried to get them to tell it how to get out of the house. They didn't know. So it killed them. It was all this servitor trying to get back home and taking you on a wild goose chase so that you could figure it all out. And you did, and you let it go. And that's the end of the story. Questions, comments?
That was awesome.
That was super fun. And maybe it's just me being selfish, but I do want a little epilogue of us 1 year later meeting back at the same diner with Henry Vaughn's seat is still open. Dr. Huffman has he's taken that old axe to a metalsmith and sort of taken away part of the blade to turn it into a rudimentary handle. And he has still never let go of that every day of his life and uses it like a little walking cane.
And you're all
Yeah,
probably
I
a
have
little.
the
Yes, and absolutely.
I have the
affable,
meat cleaver. Yeah, I've got the meat
affable,
cleaver.
friendly, talkative psychology professor is now just bitter and paranoid and carries a bloody like a darn axe around the hallways.
And all of your colleagues blame it on your last tenure review.
Yes, exactly. They just say, "Oh, it's a shame about that grant." You know how it is.
Well, and of course, there will be questions by the authorities as to what happened to, Dr. Vaughn. You all went off with him in a car, and suddenly you claim that he's disappeared. And there's a lot of messy stuff coming up and probably you guys have to go seek therapy.
Well, we could also say, well, he accompanied us to the conference, and we lost track of him as we were all getting our things out of the hotel. We just sort of assumed that
he was convinced to go swimming in the lakes in Canada in spring, and we told him it was too cold. It was freezing, and he never came back.
Anyways, our players included Emma Striegel, Heather Poitier, Chase Kickner, Joseph Justin Clay, and Lex Hurley, with yours truly as the keeper of the secrets. We have a Discord server where you can chat with our other members. You can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows, free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel, and push the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Tom Rayleigh, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.